خاف ما نرجعوش. ما نعرف نرجعه. في واحد ثاني تبغى؟ اعطيني واحد ثاني لو سمحتي. I can? بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Dr. Suad Larabi Marisant. I'm a faculty at the College of Computer and Information Sciences at BSU. I'm Associate Director of the Master Program in CCIS. Welcome to the 5th conference, WiDS 2022. Today we have a set of very interesting and relevant presentation. I hope that, inshallah, you enjoy. The first presentation is about digital narrative of Hajj as a literature in motion, which will be presented by Dr. Hadir from Prince Sultan University. Welcome, Dr. Hadir. Next to previous. This is your presentation. Yes. Okay.
Good morning, everybody, and I'm so happy for the opportunity to be here today and to speak to you in this unique and significant scientific gathering. And I really like to thank the organizing committee for having me for the 5th year in a row. This is a pleasure and an honor to be here, and an opportunity also for a person from a humanity background like myself in literature and translation to be able to participate for 5 years in a computer science something, yani that's good. Actually, this has a significance in itself, or I purposely wanted to be here for a reason. It's not just a conference to me. We want to set the precedent of interdisciplinary collaborative work between disciplines we want to overstep the cliche that science is science. Those who are working in the science stay in the science, humanities is humanities, and those who are working in the humanities stay in your field, stay in your room, stay in your ivory tower. I believe knowledge, and I believe the future of scientific research and knowledge is not like that anymore. So being able to participate or to have something, a little bit of something in a computer science program that has a big significance to those who are working in the humanities, that we really need to collaborate. Let me move on to my presentation today. It's about a dear occasion to myself as a person and as a writer and also as a researcher. The point of Hajj. Hajj, the title is Digital Narratives of Hajj as Literature in Motion, an analytical study of contemporary travelogues, live streaming, and vlogs. Hajj is not only a religious episode, a religious time, or a religious occasion. Hajj is actually the largest human intercultural communication gathering in the world. And I also participated in King Abdullah's Institute for Hajj and Umrah studies in Al-Qura University for maybe 6-7 times. Why? Because I believe that it is our duty as Muslim scholars to participate and to have a say in how we contribute, how this knowledge should contribute to the idea of this gathering, how we need to show the world how like Muslim countries, Saudi Arabia in particular, organize such an event with excellence, alhamdulillah rabbil alameen, and have research-based studies to develop it. So my outline today, introduction, aims of the study, digital narratology and paradigm shift, methodology, how to analyze YouTube, examples from blogs, Western media coverage, going to Mecca in disguise, discussions and analysis, and my conclusion, my introduction is, I already gave you an introduction about the Hajj in itself as the biggest event in the world, the biggest intercultural, interreligious event in the world, for real. And we have to be proud that we are part of the system that organizes this event with this excellence and with this marvelous exposure to the world of our religion. It's also has to be looked at as part of the national transformational plan of Saudi Arabia, which is tied and linked to the Vision 2030. The transformation plan aims at transforming all activities of the country into the digital domain. Hajj is one of those. So the revitalization of liberal art tradition has changed during the last 10 years or so, or maybe 20 years, into a more vibrant, electronically inflected domain. And the multi-design driven of multimedia, of language of the 20th century has changed. And we really need to observe that and to acknowledge that, which we are going to know more about in a minute. The printed word, our generation, which is like 10 years older than the current generation, we believe in the printed word. I still have to buy my books. I don't print because I'm very advocate to the environment, but I buy my books. I still feel better reading from a book, not from a digital format or an online format. But the current generations, or the coming also generations, this is not the case. We have to make changes. And such arena require qualitative inquiry. We need to document this change from the written word in a book to the digital documentation of experiences. Hajj is a great example to do that because it has not yet been researched. The transformation from the written domain documentation of Hajj into the digital domain, and this is what I'm trying to do here. I also have to mention that this is a part of a larger project, and this is just a tiny, small bit of a larger project that I'm engaged in, and this is just like the seed, research. The aims of the study is to answering the following questions. How digital narratives are used as self-expression tools of documentation to Hajj experience. This is my question 1, which I'm trying to answer in the paper. Question 2, how can digital narratology contribute to enhance the Hajj experience? Let me give you an idea about digital narratology. Digital narratology is a special advent feature like immediacy. It has immediacy, spontaneity, and the immense value of efficiently, strategically utilized, and also the current study of Hajj blogs and vlogs and digital streaming shows that qualities like, for instance, interaction between the reader and, not the reader, the watcher, the viewer of the documentation of Hajj. It examines modern times categorical change, and this is the most important point in the whole paper, the categorical change from documentation of Hajj, from books. We have plenty of those documentations in books and in papers and on paper, and now we need to make this categorical shift to the digital documentation of Hajj, of scholarly works that are related to Hajj, and also personal experience, which I'm focusing here on the personal experience of people. The interactive Hajj vlogs are to be examined here as example of the changing agency in image creation. The agency of a writer is different from the agency of a person who's making a video. Like our cameramen here, I really need to really give them a hand of applause because they have been here with us all day. This is a torture, ladies. But this is a kind of digital documentation that's going on. Without this digital documentation, this conference will not be reviewed. People who are outside will not be able to see it. So this is an example of how digital digital documentation can make a huge change in the perception of different events. Digital narratology gives the person agency over different things, not only the narrative itself. You as a viewer will be able to see the surrounding of the narrative, the interaction of the people in the background, the voices, the environment, the nature, the animals, because even in the word documentation of earlier Hajj experiences, there are plenty of documentation of the animals in the area of Hijaz. Let me say here that the area of Hijaz in itself, with and without the Hajj experience, was a focus of attention of many scholarly writings in English in particular. You will be surprised to see in English literature more documentation about the area than the Arabic documentation, and that was for a reason. The reason was that in the 18th and 19th century, many of the lands of the Muslim countries, India, Pakistan, Egypt, many countries were under the colonization of British colonization. So the whole sum of population in the Muslim countries were actually considered British, colonies. So Britain made research institutes, papers, books, just for the documentation of Hajj because of its importance and its significance. Not only as a religious gathering, but also medically, environmental, zoology, all aspects of the area of Hijaz were documented and researched via the experience of Hajj and Hajj expeditions. And this is where the importance of Hajj as an experience came to the scholarly attention. Very few research papers focused on positive attitude towards the area of Hijaz, positive attitude to the nature, positive attitude to the people of Hijaz, and positive attitude to the land, which I'm trying to do in this project. The methodology is a qualitative analysis of YouTube and vlogs about Hajj by people, which is a sort of crowdsourcing. People just upload their videos, people upload their vlogs, people upload their experiences, and this is a mine of resources to any researcher who is occupied with this that cannot be disregarded, all right? These are the three analytical frames that my paper focused on. The analytical frame of the visual components of the vlog, the color, as I said, the color, the background, architectural description, because there is a huge plethora of information, of architectural information about the architect of the two holy mosques and the three cities, Mecca, Medina, and Jeddah, because these three cities are the cities that are involved in the Hajj experience. So with the vlog, you can see, which is different from before you can read the information in a book and see pictures. It's a lot different. The second frame is the anthropological frame, which is human and gender dynamics in only the Hajj caravan itself, the people going to Hajj, and the land where these people visit in the three cities. The third domain is the environmental, which includes the plants and the animals in these three places. And also, you will be surprised that the distance between the three cities, this triangular trip between Mecca, Medina, and Jeddah, the distance between the two, there's a huge description of plants, animals, even in the road, and people walking or interacting or traveling between the three. So in the vlogs, you can see, without even the vlogger intentionally meant to show you, but there is, you know, the documentation of these plants and animals and people in interaction, in action, and you can analyze gender dynamics, dynamics between man and environment, and dynamics between man and animal. And this is, I'm just putting here examples, and those who will read, inshallah, my paper will see analysis of the examples that I have. I have 3 different sets of examples. Example 1 is individual making vlogs, like Sabina, for instance. Making vlogs continuously. She's like all my younger generation people, taking photos on YouTube while she's performing Hajj. And you can analyze clothes, you can analyze everything in the background. I have also, this is another example of individual video documentation of Hajj. This is the second set of examples, which is the coverage of Western media. Western media have a huge plethora, variety of documentation of Muslim activities for, as I said, for different purposes. One of them is cultural interaction. Another one is this cannot be missed. This huge interactive people gathering cannot be missed. And it cannot be missed by any media. So, of course, they hired someone who's Muslim and hijabi to do it, just to be culturally appropriate. This is also part of the analysis. Who's doing the documentation? This is important because it reflects on the perception and also on the perspective of the documentation itself. This is the second set. I analyzed 2 videos from BBC about the Hajj documentation. This is one of them, 7 things that you don't know about Muslim pilgrimage. The third set is blogs about Hajj. This is an example, and this is an important example, going to Mecca in disguise, and this is not a unique example. This is not a unique example, I'm repeating. This is a repetitive example that people who are not Muslims will come to Mecca in disguise, just they pretend that they are Muslim, they sometimes even fake certificates that they are Muslims in order to come to Mecca and witness and make photos of this. Some of them just for journalist curiosity, some for research, some were sent to take photos, and it's amazing how these people, after they finish, they truly say that we disguised. And there are in English literature many examples of writers who come to Mecca and Medina in disguise just to document the events of Hajj and Umrah, not with the best intentions, I want to say. This is another example of Vox and CN archives about Hajj. Hajj, the Islamic pilgrimage to Mecca, explained for non-Muslims. Even non-Muslims, I was in encounter with researchers from universities in US, and they asked me about what my presentation today, and I said I'm presenting about Hajj. He said, yeah, we want to see this presentation, we want to be part of this research. I said, this is a research about Muslim Hajj, and they said, we want to be part of this research because, as I said, it stimulates the curiosity of anyone who's working in anthropology, environment, and even gender studies. Let me move quickly to my recommendations. My recommendation is to make better use of the online data available about the Hajj experience, especially that documented by the individuals, not the ones that are documented by institutions, mainly because the ones that are documented by institutions, it has certain purpose and objectives that is serving for the institution itself. But by the individuals, this is something like we say casual documentation, a lot of information that can be driven from such experiences. Also, it has its drawbacks, of course, because it's by individual, not professional, and not everybody have access to record YouTubes and such. But I think this is a seed for a bigger project that puts digital narrative as one of its objectives, and also it contributes to the objectives of the country, as I said, in the National Transformation and Vision 2030. Thank you so much for having me today, and I really enjoyed it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hadil. Any question for Dr. Hadil? Yes.
if we want to speak about phenomenal, historical, cultural events, then definitely Hajj is a unique event. So I was thinking of the prospects, as you said, of crowdsourcing. I think you can start something really big with starting a research that is based in crowdsourcing. I believe that it.
You are totally correct, Dr. Akid. Thank you very much for the comment and for the question. Yes, this, as I said at the beginning, this is a seed of a larger project about investigating crowdsourcing documentation of Hajj and the categorical change. I'm particularly interested because I'm a literature person. You know, I used to do analysis till very recently only from books. So to have this huge leap and huge change from books to you have to analyze videos with all the components that it's not just the same. It's not just analyzing a video is not the same as analyzing a book. So the huge elements that contribute to the analysis and how to, what you can come up with the life experience of a person documenting his religious, but not only religious. That's also what I want to say. It's not only purely a religious experience. It's cultural, it's as I said, interaction with humans, so anthropological, geographic, and also environment experience. Yes, it's a seed, paper project still to go.
In progress.
In progress, and are part of a larger project.
Inshallah, wishing you all the luck. If you may allow, Dr. Hadir, what specific technique and tools you have used to analyze this digital content? To me, it's not quantitative at all. As I said, I'm not trained in quantitative analysis and quantitative analysis. I'm trained in qualitative analysis. To me, is, for instance, words. How the sentiments of the speaker, how the words speak about other women in the group. If the speaker is gender, like women, and how she speaks about other women, how she speaks about men, or how if in the case of the disguise, for instance, the person who's speaking, who writing this blog, he has very limited interaction with women, so he speaks about them with distance. So it's more of the discourse, the discourse analysis of the words that he's using in order to document his sentiments. The same is used to document interaction with the environment, with animals, and also with the architectural and architecture and background of the video itself. Thank you. Thank you
so
very much.
Discourse analysis, to answer your question.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Hadil. The second presentation is about visualization software, Oracle VM VirtualBox. The authors Rida Khan, Nouf Al-Harbi, Ghadi Al-Ghamdi, and Dr. Lamia Barish from Prince Sultan University. Welcome to Rida. Sorry, welcome to Rida and Ghadi.
Do you want it? Should I take it? This is for moving. This is, yeah, see? Like this.
It doesn't move at all.
Should I move? Assalamu alaikum, everybody. It's an honor to be here. I'm Rida Khan. This is my colleague Ghadi Al-Ghamdi. Nof is on her way, and Dr. Lamia is way over there as well. Our presentation is on virtualization, and mainly we've taken into consideration Oracle's virtual machine, VirtualBox. So this is the outline for our presentation. We're going to start with the intro, the security overview, the current scenario, followed by identifying our security requirements using the SQUARE methodology, and then threat modeling, and finally concluding. So to begin with, virtualization. Has anyone here heard about what virtualization is? All right, we see people nodding. So I'm just going to sum it up. Virtualization, for example, is when you want to simulate another operating system on an existing operating system that you're using. So for example, if I use a Windows laptop and I want to have Linux on it, for example, I would download a software such as VirtualBox, and this will allow me to simulate that Linux operating system onto my Windows machine. So that's the gist of virtualization. Going into our product itself, the one that we are analyzing, Oracle's VirtualBox, this one is an open source platform that allows for virtualization capabilities. Furthermore, it works on an x86 computing architecture. And generally, as you can see, it works on Windows, Linux, and Mac OS as well. And like most operating systems and like virtual machines and anything you download, you have to figure out the configuration settings before, like when you install it. You figure out what the RAM capabilities are and stuff. So that's a method of what you go into before you start using it. That's just the gist of VirtualBox. So moving on, we have the security overview, so the current state, and what are certain threats and vulnerabilities that were identified. So the main ones were denial of service, access takeovers, and unauthorized access. So these are the CVEs for references. And the security data. So when we're talking about VirtualBox and virtualization, what is the main data that we need to protect? What is the data that is possibly going to be vulnerable? That's all the data on the host machine that the VirtualBox has access to. So how are we going to protect that? Now we're going to go on and talk about the security requirements and how do we elicit them using the SQUARE methodology, or the security quality requirements engineering methodology. It's a 9-step methodology, out of which I'll be discussing just the beginning, and then my colleague Ghadi will take over. So we begin with the first step, which is agreeing on definitions. Now this is just to get on the same page with everyone else in the team, where you pick the keywords, the main keywords, and you identify what are the possible terminologies that you will be using within your work or your research. And we identified certain terminologies, and we used the internet, certain definitions online on reliable sources to figure out what we're going to stick to in accordance to what we're working on. Moving on, the second one is identifying assets and security goals. So this is a categorization of the assets that we identified within VirtualBox. So we have mainly 4 categories, which is the human user, ourselves, the host machine, the hypervisor, and the guest operating system. And under each category, we have the components, the specific components from VirtualBox that we've identified as assets. These are our assets, and these are our security goals. So we identified 3 main security goals that we want to accomplish, and out of them, the main one is that it should be running smoothly and operating smoothly on the host machine whenever you download a guest operating system. The second one is that you want to be able to run multiple guest operating systems simultaneously. And the third one is that you should be able to make modifications onto the guest operating system. Now I'm going to pass over the mic to my colleague Ghadi to continue with the rest of the SQUARE methodology.
So thank you to Rida, my colleagues. And let's continue where my colleagues stopped. So develop artifacts, it's represent an essential design, and it's a process for our system. And it's basically regarding, we are talking about security requirements. So it's a good thing to start with misuse cases. So let's see our first misuse cases. So we have a virtual machine cloning. So basically, the attacker will clone or spoof the virtual machine guest's operating system file in order to access the host machine. But where is our assumption here? So our assumption here, the user doesn't have the whitelist firewall set up for unsecure download. So we will end up with the worst case here. So our worst case here, the attacks will gain access to the user workstation and is never cut. In this situation, we need to look at our mitigation there and how we can mitigate this misuse cases we have. So basically, implementing whitelisting for all downloads and update antivirus. Also, firewall regularly. And the important mitigation is that only download virtual machine guest operating system files from trusted website. For example, Oracle websites. After that step, we actually perform risk assessments. But we have many risk assessments, and we have like many risks actually. We identify multiple risks. For example, we have DDoS attack, and we have also incorrect configuration. So in this step, after defining those risks, create a probability impact matrix to determine the risk of identified risk and vulnerabilities in the initial design. Okay, select elicitation techniques. To develop a security requirement, multiple elicitation techniques should be taken in our consideration. So in this situation, we actually have or select some elicitation techniques that help us for security requirements. For example, we have reference documentation analysis, making use of the previous documentation and the references. Also developing use and the misuse cases to explore potential vulnerabilities. So after the step of elicitation techniques, we did, in this situation, we actually elicitate the security requirements. For example, in our requirements, the system should not allow the installation of a virtual machine manager on hosts that don't meet the minimum requirements. For example, the network, the process, and the storage. And another requirement we have, the system should maintain several pools for each guest operating system. So after we elicitate our requirement here, we will categorize our requirements based on the functional and non-functional requirements. For example, of the non-functional requirements, the system shall allow deployment of an Oracle virtual machine without violating the principle of a list of privileges. So let's move on to my colleague, Nawf Al-Harbi.
Okay, so after eliciting the requirements and categorizing them, it is important to prioritize requirements based on their criticality to the software security and to the software operations. As you can see here, we prioritized the requirements as critical, which is critical to the security, and conditional, which is critical to the software operations. As you can see here, for example, the conditional requirements are related to software, storage, installation, and the operating systems that it should work on. The critical requirements is, like I said, related to the security of the software from both the user side and the server side. Okay, now in this step, after we gather all of our requirements, it's important to perform an inspection. And in this inspection, we can determine whether the elicited requirements meet the software security and operational goals or not. And it is important as a team to review what we have gathered and collected to determine which requirements are in need of configurations and further modifications and so on. Now moving on, after finishing with the square methodology, we will move on to the threat modeling. As you can see here, we developed a threat model with only 4 critical assets. We have the human user, the host machine, the hypervisor, and the guest operating system. And 2 of our core components are the human user and the hypervisor, with most of the pressure lies on the hypervisor side, the server side of the software, because the human user doesn't have to do much compared to the server side. There isn't a lot of security controls that could be applied from the user side, unlike the server side, because it has the hypervisor, which represent a single point of failure for VirtualBox. It is important to implement all the needed and critical security controls to protect the system. And that is why it is important to also consider the placements of assets in this model to determine where attack vectors could exist and how we can identify vulnerabilities from either the user side or the server side. And with that, we provided recommendations and security guidelines with the help of VirtualBox documentations as well. First of all, keep the software up to date. You have to periodically update the software and install the latest security patches. You have to also restrict network access to critical services. So your guest operating systems should be protected by network security controls, such as firewalls, to protect the whole software from external access that might harm the machine. Follow the principle of least privilege. It is a fundamental security control for the end users to try to limit the attack vector as much as possible. Monitor system activity. You have to monitor the system activity through maintaining logs for auditing and to monitor the performance of VirtualBox really to determine if any abnormalities are occurring or not. And finally, keep up to date on the latest security information. Again, this responsibility lies on the human user. You have to educate yourself and be up to date with the latest security information in order to update the required documentations and best practices. Before we conclude, let's go through the steps discussed in this presentation. First of all, we went through VirtualBox security touchpoints. We examined the current security state of VirtualBox, the current existing vulnerabilities, and what data stored in there can be critical to security. Then we applied the square methodology to elicit security requirements and see how we can prioritize and categorize these requirements. And then we examined the attack surface through the threat model presented in the previous slide. And finally, we provided appropriate secure design patterns and recommendations for further use of the software. That is all for our presentation. Thank you for your attention. And I would also like to thank Prince Sultan University for providing us the stage to be here with you today and present. So thank you again.
Thank you so much for this, mashallah, very nice presentation. I let the floor for the audience. If you have any questions.
Thank you very much, girls. Very, very interesting presentation. I hope this platform, what you are presenting on, the international conference, IEEE Index Conference, many, many congratulations. I want to know what was your inspiration? How did you break out of those boundaries of quizzes, majors, all those, and then you are here presenting your research, mashallah. What was your inspiration?
Should I answer? Or?
If you want.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I'm actually the only one here doing her co-op, and my two friends here, they have problems with classes and all. I could manage my time, but, it's actually a miracle that they found time to be here. And the inspiration really was to just, the motivation to finally put our work to publish that for the first time. There's also an exciting part of it, to publish for the first time as students. Personally, I didn't think it was possible, but really, with the help of my friends here and teammates, it became a possible reality here. So I thank them for their hard work.
Thank you so much. Thank you, and see you, inshallah, next year. Another presentation.
Inshallah.
Next presentation is about a comparison of machine learning algorithms for emotional intelligence majors. It will be presented by Nilofer Farhat, Ruhi Fatima, Sabina Kazi, Humira Naz from Majma'a University. Who is the presenter? Presenter is welcome. I think. Yes, okay. We will go to the next presentation. The next presentation is Cybersecurity Risk Management e-learning system done by Al-Anud, Mufarraj, Lama bin Ghaid, Dina Al-Sharif, and Dr. Noor Shahida from Prince Sultan University. The presenter is welcome. Noor Shahida. The presenters are not yet here. Okay. Okay. The presentation now will be about privacy concerned on contact tracing application using COVID-19, done by Afnan Al-Fadil, Dr. Rabia Latif from Prince Sultan University. The presenter is welcome to, is Miss Afnan. Welcome, Miss Afnan.
Assalamu alaikum. Afnan al-Fadl, cybersecurity student and master degree. So today we will present about privacy concern regarding tracing application. We will talk about today about introduction, then we will go problem statement, then we will propose our model. Then we will see the future work and conclusion. Before we start, we need to know, actually you already know that COVID-19 is a global phase problem, and it's affecting the health sector and definitely have a significant impact on our life and a worldwide community. So the World Health Organization, they produce some measurement for social distance. So this social distance will reduce the increase of COVID-19. So they use some technology to control and manage this pandemic. Contact tracing, it's not a new concept. It's used from traditional way. So in the past, they list all the name who are met, and also they list the places they are visit. So it's about memorizing the places and the people. It's hard because sometimes you don't know the people you already met. The second is about digital contact tracing, what we will focus here in our paper. It's no suffering from memorizing, so you don't need to memorize. The application will only collect this information without anything from your side. Just only download this application. The application will collecting what you ever need. So, and also there are no training for the people. So the traditional way, of course, you need to traditional people train the people, how they use the paper and how they collect this information. Here we will present a simple contact tracing, digital contact tracing. So here we will see the person A, they meet some people in some places. So they have some measurement for the distance between each people. If it meets this destination or this distance, it will collect this information. Then after some while, the person A have been infected with COVID-19. So they will go to application and they will change the status for the the status for the result. Then after that, application will send a broadcast to all the people they have met and will tell them, please isolate yourself so it will be better for protecting from others. So our problem statement, of course, there are trade-offs between safety and privacy. So always sometimes we protect ourselves and it will affecting our privacy. Especially here in our contact tracing application, there are detection for the location. So it will collect all the location for the people. So our proposed model is to detecting or to dedicate a legal framework. This legal framework, it will describe all some measurement or some requirement for this framework. So the purpose for collecting this information and how they will collect it, what the information will be collected. Then about the storage, they will describe how this information will be stored. and in which database, and who will access this database. And the last thing about sharing, what we care about it, is they will share this information to other, or what will do about sharing. So here, some recommended policy statement. I recommend some policy statement for this legal framework dedicated for privacy concern regarding tracking application. So the first one, as we need to be documented this information, the purpose, or the user, they need to know the purpose why this information is collected, and it will be used just only for this pandemic period. And the second one is about the application just only will collect this information when the people are infected. يعني otherwise the application should not be used or collecting this information. The second or the third, sorry, this application need to be a volunteer. يعني no mandatory requirement need to be produced or need to be restricted for these people. The next about the data collected, it should be in decentralized. As we know, we have centralized and decentralized. Centralized is based about putting this information in one database, and you will take this information from this database. But decentralized database is basically storing the information in user device. The next is collecting this information should be anonymized, so it will be unique ID for the user, and of course this ID will be change frequency, since don't use other technique for privacy for this ID, so that you will know in the future the user. So the next we will have some measurement for the distance and for number of people. So I have present some cases. The first one here we will show, there are, I produced that the information will only collected if have 1 kilometer radio, and the number of people will be more than 10 people. So we will see here the case for 10 people. We will have 10 people in this 1 kilo radio, and in this case the information will be collected. The other one in the middle, we will see around 6 people, and this 6 people is 1 kilometer distance. So in this case, the information will not be collected. The last one, it's about, we have 10 people, but the distance is 500 meter only. So in this case, the information will not be collected. Okay, in future work, I produce some measurement or some parameter for the distance and for the number of people. Of course, we need to check these parameter. Is it have a false positive or true negative? So in this case, we need to have more study about this information or this parameter. So we will check the requirement address. So in the conclusion, we know the benefit for this application. It have a significant benefit for our community. So it will reduce the number of people have been infected in COVID-19. And we need to be restricted about these legal requirement. The legal or the government, they need to produce this framework to the company, especially they develop and implement this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Afnan, for this, mashallah, very nice presentation. I have a question for you. Mashallah. How can this problem is about COVID-19.
Right.
Now COVID-19, inshallah, is
Inshallah.
inshallah. So, how do you think that, yani, in which area can you apply this problem or its solution?
As you know, the COVID is facing the global wide, so we can produce it to around the world, but we need to focus in special country that the people will volunteer on this application, and we will check their opinion about this, and we will check the real source for this application, why it's collected and why it will be used.
I mean, in volunteering, it can be applied.
Yes.
MashaAllah. Thank you so much. Any question from the audience? Thank you so much,
Okay,
Afnan.
shukran. Thank you.
Let's go to the next presentation, which will be about cybersecurity risk management, e-learning system. By العنود المفرجي, Lama bin Ghaid, Dina Sharif, and Dr. Noor Shahida from Prince Sultan University. Welcome to the presenter. They are here? Okay. Okay, العنود and Dina. 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 Okay. نعم. Is missing. Okay. She will come. Okay. لا, you start and then she can't. She joins. Okay. Okay. Welcome to العنود, Lama and Dina.
Hello everyone, my name is Andrew Farid. Today we'll be presenting our cybersecurity project, which is the cybersecurity risk management in the e-learning system. Our team members are Lama bin Ghaith and Dina Sharif. So the outline of our following presentation, we will start with the introduction, which will include the scope and objectives. Moving on to the problem statement, then threat and risk assessment, which will include the risk and vulnerabilities of e-learning, qualitative risk assessment, policies and guidelines, risk management plan, as well as the risk mitigation, and finally the conclusion. So for the introduction, the scope of e-learning system. So e-learning is becoming an everyday education tool. We can see that during the pandemic, we all switched to remote learning. So e-learning is not a new thing, but it is something that is everyday in the education tools, but are now becoming more popular. So teachers and students from all over the world are using e-learning. It gives students and teachers an easier method of communication and aids them in their teaching. It allows knowledge seekers to have access to an education simply through a computer, so they don't have to physically go to the campus or to the school. They can access them through their computers or phones. It allows people in difficult conditions to get access to an education and get a degree online on their own time. More on the scope. So e-learning system covers mainly two objectives. The objective of the actual system, which is the IT and C system and functionalities of the hardware and software system support. The objective of the e-learning system is to fulfill its goals, of education and transmit knowledge and materials. So based on the two previously mentioned objectives of e-learning system, the risk associated with the e-learning system and platforms can be viewed from 2 points of views. We have the risk associated with the physical system and the risk associated with the actual use of the system. The first risk association, along with many threats and vulnerabilities involved in it, while the second is more involved with the people-related, which are the student, management, and instructors, threats and vulnerabilities which are most cases more dangerous. So this are some of the objectives where we will identify the risk and vulnerabilities in the e-learning system. We will perform a risk analysis, which will include identifying the major threats. We will analyze the current security situation in the e-learning world. We will assess the risk as well as propose a risk management plan, how to manage and reduce these risks, and develop a risk mitigation plan is our final step. So as I said, the problem statement is that e-learning is becoming more popular. So the more people using this platform, the more threats they are opposed to. So e-learning is reaching its immense growth worldwide. Many may neglect the problem associated with it due to the fact that one may focus solely on the business goal and they will neglect the security aspect of e-learning system. But in this presentation, we will discuss the business and technological risks of e-learning. So this is the following threats and risk assessment. So my teammate Lema will continue with the threats.
Hello, everyone. So today we will be discussing our threat and risk assessment. So according to NIST, risk is defined as the level of impact on the organization. Risk can affect the organization's image, mission, reputation, valuable assets, or individuals. It can be identified by the potential impact of a threat and the likelihood of the threat occurring. In order to highlight the most relevant risks and vulnerabilities associated with e-learning, we divided the risk into the following main categories. We divided them into professor-associated risks, management-associated risks, student-associated risks, and technical-associated risks. So the first risk we will be discussing is the professor-associated risk. So the professor-associated risks are listed above: maintaining the privacy of the students, risks related to the course content. They must assure that they're available to all students, and additionally, they must be aware of the content integrity that students are receiving unaltered content. The risk of data and document or loss damage due to unsafe or not related issues. Safeguarding is the issue of teachers presenting material and live sessions from their home on their personal devices. So they have to make sure that their space is prepared well and that their computers are working properly to give the lessons. So the second risk is the management-associated risk. Management are responsible for implementing security measures and policies, including access controls. So the first risk is risk of personal data of users being compromised, or users not following certain policies put in place by the management. It's their job to make sure that users are following these policies that they put in place. The distribution of responsibilities, authorization bypassing, and information disclosure, as management is responsible for assigning what certain users can and can't do to avoid privilege escalation by controlling the authorization and access to certain information. The third risk is the student-associated risk, and the risks associated with it are identity theft and prevention of students from accessing their account, phishing attacks, which students can be vulnerable to, and this can risk them to enter their private information and for people to see their data and steal it and do whatever they wish with it. Risk of misunderstanding or miscommunications with their teacher. Risks of students using the e-learning system for cyberbullying or to share inappropriate content not approved by management or by the teachers. So the fourth and final risk is the technical associated risk. The risks of the server being infected by viruses. This can harm the performance of the system, causing slow responses and crashes. Therefore, it's important to take into consideration the remote access availability of the system to avoid potential losses for the organization. In addition, the team must ensure that the network is secure, and they must set up firewalls to prevent the risk of attackers causing spoofing, sniffings, or even DOS attacks on the system. So this is our qualitative risk assessment. I'll be explaining it to you briefly. So as you can see, there are the 4 risks we described. We divided them into 2 categories: people-associated risks and technical-associated risks. So in the first category, people-associated risks, we have the professor-associated risks, as I previously explained, and we have their threats listed out right here: confidentiality and integrity violation. We have the vulnerability, which is data not encrypted. And then we took out the probability and the impact. So we have a probability of medium and an impact of high. And we also have the controls right here. So for example, the control for confidentiality and integrity violation would be to encrypt the data, have a clear confidentiality policy, and include anti-plagiarism software. The rest is also the same. So for students, we have identity theft, phishing attack, inappropriate use of resources, and vice versa.
Okay, so moving on to the policies and guidelines. To ensure that all the organization and the e-learning system are secure, we must apply the policies and guidelines. So what are policies? There are a set of rules that the organization must follow, and all the students and teachers and everyone involved should follow. Anyone who disobeys these policies should be penalized. So for the policies for the e-learning system, we mentioned 2 main set of policies, which are the access control policy and the access to network and network services. These 2 policies are from the ISO 27002 standard. So the first policy is the access control policy. So e-learning management should determine appropriate access control rules, access right and restriction for specific user roles. So when we define the access control, we define the user role. So based on the role, if they're a student or an instructor or management, the access to resources may differ. So for example, a student can have access to only viewing the course content and their grades, while an instructor can edit files and add their grades. So defining the role will define the access control. We cannot escalate the privilege of a certain user if they do not have access to it. So for example, management have access to all the students, while students cannot view other students. So it prevents information disclosure and it ensures privacy within the e-learning environment. The second access policy is the access to network and network services. So e-learning is based on remote learning and network connectivity. So we must implement a network policy that manages and controls the use and access to network connections and network services when accessing e-learning system. So the policy regarding the use of network and network services should be implemented and ensure that networks are secure and are consistent with the organization access control policy. So for example, we should apply firewalls to the network to avoid external outside communication that are unwanted. Next. Okay, so this is the risk management plan where we will be discussing the risk control techniques. So the first risk control techniques to minimize the threats in the e-learning, we have the access control using firewalls. So a firewall is a type of control or a mitigation technique to reduce the risk in the e-learning system. So we can see in this picture that students and teachers can communicate within the e-learning system, while external communication will be filtered and authorized. Next is the encrypt sensitive data. So sensitive data should be encrypted. It should not be in clear text. For example, user passwords should be encrypted in the databases. The third will be discussed by my teammate Dina.
Hello. So the third risk control technique is the use of digital signatures. Digital signatures basically prove the authenticity and the integrity of the data. And it also proves if the data has been sent from an authorized user. And in case of attacks like denial of service attacks, the users to the e-learning system may not be able to access their system and they may lose their documents. So in this case, we recommend them to start using the cloud. Now we'll move on to our risk mitigation plan. So after identifying and assessing and recommending some controls, we will now be presenting our risk mitigation plan that will show the levels of severity as well as the actions that we're willing to take that include accepting the risk or avoiding the risk or mitigating the risk and transferring the risk. So this is our risk mitigation plan. As you can see, we have previously discussed the risk associated with professors, for example, including the integrity and confidentiality. We gave it a severity level of medium, and the action is mitigation. We can do that by limiting the access to the system or coming up with a proper confidentiality policy and also implementing quality control policies. For the student associated risk, we mentioned brute force attacks, identity thefts, phishing attacks. So to avoid these kinds of attacks, we recommend using strong passwords, and we recommend not using the same password for multiple accounts. And for the phishing attacks, we recommend educating the students about phishing attacks and how they can identify these attacks. The third part, which is the management associated issues that involve information disclosure and repudiation and policy non-compliance. In this case, we recommend using the techniques we discussed previously, which is the use of digital signatures. And for policy non-compliance, most of the time it's unintentional. So we recommend just assisting and communicating with the staff. Moving on to the last type, which is the technical associated risks that affect the servers and the networks, include attacks like spoofing or sniffing. We recommend installing softwares that can detect spoofing attacks early on, and sniffing, limiting the access to the network. So to conclude, we have identified possible risks and assessed these risks and recommended some controls. After showing our risk mitigation plan, we have concluded that most of these attacks can be avoided if we simply just educate the users early on. And the purpose of identifying the risk and assessing the risk is to ensure that the system is fully operational and available half of the time. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for this presentation. I let the floor for the audience. Any questions? Okay, I have a question for you. Okay, Hina, you presented the risk management for the e-learning. How can this work be applied in another system, maybe? In which system, yeah? You can apply the same, is it applied to another system?
I think it could be based on the policies. If there's the set of policies of a different organization, it's similar. We can use the same risk assessments. We can use the same policies and improve on it if the same organization is similar to the e-learning, because every organization have a different set of policies for their employees, for their organization, and their users.
So the risk management plan depends on the architecture of the system.
Yeah, the nature of the actual system, yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Any question? Yes, she is here. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next presentation will be about a comparison of machine learning algorithms for emotional intelligence measure. The authors, Nilofer Farhat, Ruhi Fatima, Sabina Kazi, Humira Naz from Majma'a University. The presenter is welcome. Nilofer. Miss Nilofer is welcome to present.
Assalamu alaikum. It's okay. Thanks, PSU WiDS, for providing us a great platform for academic and research interaction. And I am honored to present here on behalf of all the authors of this paper, including me, Nilofer Farhat, and Ruhi Fatima, Sabina Kazi, and Humaira Naz, all from College of Computer and Information Sciences, Majma University. I am here to share the idea of our work, that is a comparison of machine learning algorithms for emotional intelligence measure. So this is the layout of my presentation today. I will be focusing majorly on two concepts. The first is emotional intelligence, and second is machine learning algorithms or machine learning techniques. So basically, emotional intelligence is a part of psychology and mostly more focused on humanities studies, or here I will be discussing the digital humanities part of emotional intelligence by including machine learning, by including the data of AI into machine learning aspects. So our focus will be on two concepts. So first, let me introduce what's emotional intelligence. It is an ability, it is a human ability which is defined in terms of management, reusing, understanding, and expression of emotions. So various definitions have been given for emotional intelligence by different scientists. Daniel Goleman is one of the pioneer in the field of emotional intelligence by defining it as an intellectual ability. Like IQ, EQ is equally important. That's what the concept delivered by Daniel Goleman. So here I am defining EI in terms of how we perceive emotions, how we understand emotion, how we associate meaning of those emotions with different aspects of life, then how we gain the problem-solving ability, or how we develop the problem-solving ability based on the emotions. And all these concepts revolve around two main ideas, that is dealing with all these emotions of one's own self and that of the others. So basically it is a cognitive aspect, and mostly the scientific studies that has been conducted over emotional intelligence based on the information that we gather from the brain signals, that is EEG data. So here I'm not going to focus on the concept of EEG data. We will be focusing on how we dealt with machine learning algorithms with the data of emotional intelligence measures that has been given by the person itself, that like self-report measures. So next, here we have a comprise definition, that is you identify, you express, you understand, you regulate, and use the emotion of your own self and the others. That's make you capable of having different life gains like academic performance, like workplace performance, job satisfaction, and many others like management of relation with the family, friends, and the others. So why EI is so important? Because it has been considered as like just a feeling or something, but due to many scientific studies, scientists have revealed the insight of emotional intelligence as a major aspect of human personality, which contributes to the development and the performance of a human being in various aspects, like academic aspect, like job, like maintaining the relationship with the family members and the others, non-family members, and also. So let us have an insight on what is machine learning and how we associate these two concepts together. So here we have, the concept of machine learning is a very crucial part of data science, which basically focuses on identifying the insight on the data, which is hidden information, or discovering the pattern from the data by applying different statistical measures and also different approaches to identify the data, basically large data or huge data. So machine learning is basically focusing on classification and prediction of different aspects from the data. Then question arises how it can assist AI. So there are many scientific studies that have revealed the relationship between machine learning approaches and the effect of those machine learning approaches output onto AI development. So we have studied here few of the studies from the previous, like since from 2010, according to a survey, they said that machine learning algorithms have been employed into the emotional intelligence databases since from 2010, and it has revealed many considerable findings. So we have here a literature presented over the same concept. So they have been utilized in many industries like education, scientific research, and behavior sciences, etc. So we identified major findings, like many researches has been done, and the algorithms that have been utilized are, here we mentioned them, like SVM, AdaBoost, and BaseNet, Random Forest, decision trees, KNN, neural network, and all these aspects. So we studied all of them, and we mentioned here the references of those studies that you can find by the end of the presentation and also in the end of the paper. So by studying these literatures, we found that many authors have associated algorithms and the data from cognitive aspect like EEG, and also from the self-report measures to identify the components of emotional intelligence, and as a whole emotional intelligence too. But by the end of the literature, we conclude that there are many studies focusing on all these aspects, but there was one thing that we found missing, that nobody has given a comparison of basic machine learning techniques with the emotional intelligence self-report measure. So we tried to contribute a little to this by conducting this work. So here we have the context and the methodology of our work. First, we started with the data collection. So we used PEC measure. PEC measure I will be explaining later. That is called Profile of Emotional Competence. Then we collected this data, applied pre-processing steps, all the necessary like filtering and removing the incompatible data. After that, we selected 3 basic models of machine learning, that's SVM, KNN, and ridge regression. Then we trained the algorithms with 70% of the data, and 30% we use for testing. And all of these things are done in Python. And finally, we compare the results of all these 3 in accuracy and different domains. So that will be discussed in the results section. So here I'm explaining what's PEC. PEC is Profile of Emotional Competence. It is a scientific test, a self-report measure that gives you a profile of your emotional intelligence, or complete competence description of your emotional intelligence. So it has a self-report kind of approach based on 2 measures. The first one that we have is the short form based on 20 questions. Second is the long form based on 50 questions. Both of these have been studied for their internal consistency and all, and they have been proved a scientific reliable measure too. So we used full form, that is 50 questions, and it is basically giving you 10 subscale and interpersonal score and intrapersonal score. These all are considered as basic features for machine learning algorithms that I will be showing later. So this is the layout of Profile of Emotional Competence. We identify emotionals in 5 major dimensions, that is identification of emotion, understanding, expression, regulation, and use. And it is in 2 main domains. The first is self. That is, you identify your own emotion, you understand, you explain them, you express them, you regulate them and use them, and same you do for the others. So based on these 10 features, we can get intrapersonal emotional intelligence score and interpersonal emotional intelligence score. Finally, you will get a global EI score. So in the upcoming slides, I will be explaining the same. So here, what we have as the global EI score is our target of machine learning algorithms, and all rest of them are the features. So this is the same thing, that is, when we have PEC, as I said, it is a scientifically proven test. So it is majorly used in many organizations for, in the human resource section or HR section for recruitment and all these things. So there is a possibility that we miss sometimes some kind of data, and or sometimes people are trying to be good, trying to show that they are very good in emotional intelligence, so sometimes they mislead the information. Secondly, we have noise-filled data. So just try to overcome all these shortcomings. We can apply machine learning algorithms, and these machine learning algorithms can give a better solution. This is what we are trying to contribute to the research. So I will just be going fast with these slides. These are the machine learning methods, which is very much commonly known, supervised learning, semi-supervised, and unsupervised learning. So we use 3 of them, that is SVM, we use KNN, and ridge regression method. So ridge regression we use because it is an extension to linear regression, and it is used when you have multiple parameters to associate with the result. So here is our experiment. We collected PEC data from 30 teaching professionals. It is self-report, so they just have to read the question and answer accordingly. And then we collected this data, and we sorted the data, like correct measures and the missing data. And then we treated them in Python machine learning algorithms, SVM, KNN, and ridge regression. Our pattern is 70-30 for testing and training, respectively. So finally, we compare them in the outcomes. So here is the statistics of our data. Mentioning statistics here means just to show that there is no difference, no significant difference between training and testing data. It means that all the algorithms were having same pattern of the data to work on, and it was not it is not a result just by chance. Secondly, here we have the rest of the concept of experiment that I will be continuing with the result. So for simplified analysis, we group the parameters into 3 major groups. The first one is the error matrix. So we consider mean error, mean absolute error, and root mean square error. So these are the key findings or key points of the results. First thing, SVM and KNN did not show up much of the difference in terms of errors, but ridge regression outperformed both the other methods. So here you can see the details of the results. So here I have interpersonal score, intrapersonal score, and subscale scores, and all the highlighted data you can see under the ridge regression heading. The same data is represented in the graph, so we can easily identify ridge regression as the best performing algorithm here. Next, we have the second group of metrics, that is EVS and R-square, that is explain variance score and R-square. The reason of grouping them here is they are alike in the outperformance. So here we have SVM and KNN, again they have the same performance or nearly same performance for both the scores. Again, ridge regression achieved a good performance, or you may say a perfect score of 1 for both the metrics. So here is the result. You can see the third column, that is ridge regression, which is outperforming in all the 3 aspects. Finally, this is the result of third group of metrics, that is model accuracy and execution time. So generally, when we consider regression, model accuracy is not considered as a metric, but for comparison of SVM, KNN, and ridge regression, we are considering it as one of the factors. So these are the results. We have model accuracy in different subscales, that is interpersonal score, intrapersonal score, and subscale, differing from all the algorithms. So you can see KNN has a good accuracy in terms of interpersonal score, whereas intrapersonal score also with the KNN, subscale also 1. Whereas ridge regression is having a good accuracy in all 3 of them. So here we have the third one, execution time. So execution time is quite low for ridge regression method, whereas it's not much different for SVM and KNN. So these all are the findings just to show that we have applied a machine learning approach to a data which is not so technical, which is actually coming from the human's perception, their own identification of themselves, and we try to make it sure that we apply it as it was. We didn't try to show up that one of the algorithm is best algorithm, because there are few limitations too. Now, what are those limitations? That we applied only it with one measure, and that too data set is a small data set, that is from 30 individuals. So maybe because of this reason, we ended up in the outperformance of one or the other algorithm. So in future, there are possibilities that we can apply it to different measures, and we can even increase the size of the data to more accurately predict the results. So this is what we have done. We tried to be as accurate as possible. So I will be happy to answer any question from the audience side. In the other case, I am done with it. I thank you a lot for your kind presence and support. Thank you. These are all references, and here I have an appendix that is showing the profile of emotional competence for the further references. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this presentation. Any questions from the audience? Yes, Doctor.
First of all, I would like to say thanks for sharing this research contribution, which was really amazing. Actually, I had a couple of questions, but in the last slides, I think already you mentioned all of these, because your study is based on the human perception. So my main concern was about the data itself. The data itself, like how can we rely on the accuracy of the data, and specifically the number of the samples, like how we can generalize this study when the sample is so limited. But I think you already answered this question, like you know these are the limitations, and maybe in the future work you are going to generalize it. Because the topic is really interesting, and you already have applied like the ML and some of the good techniques there. So in the future, if we proceed with the more sophisticated techniques, but then definitely the data is an issue.
Yes, yes. Actually, we have a plan. Inshallah, we will go for further like ensemble models of machine learning, maybe giving more precise results than this one. Okay, we got good results, but I said because maybe it is because of limited number of samples. Maybe it will change. Just we are trying to say that it is possible to have association of machine learning techniques with the emotional data set.
Exactly, exactly. But overall, it was very well organized, and the excellent research was there.
Thank you.
So
Thank
much.
you. I am honored to listen to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tanzila, for the questions. And thank you for Ms. Nilofar. Nilofar. Okay. The next presentation will be about secure storage system using cryptographic techniques. Done by Manal Shalan, Reem Suhaibi, Dr. Anis Ara from Prince Sultan University. Ms. Reem Sbai is welcome to present.
Assalamu alaikum. So I'm very glad and honored to be here today to present my topic on behalf of myself and my colleagues also. So my name is Rima Sberi. I'm here master's student in Prince Sultan University. So I will present today the first topic, which is about the secure storage systems. Me and my colleagues actually, we have been thought about the encryptions, what encryption can be help us in producing such solutions to secure our data, how we can prevent the intruders to get my information, and even we need to mislead that intruder so he can get that this information is the true information, and he will not get a conclusion that this information is the wrong information that we provided to him. So the paper topic we were I need your support, please. So the paper topic is about secure storage system. The topic is secure storage systems using cryptographic techniques, which is mean that we use cryptographic techniques to produce a system. That system take information from an end user, then produce a secure information to be stored in the system without knowing of the intruders about that. So we will talk about the type of the algorithm that we decided to take and why we need these algorithms and how we decided to take that algorithms. So basically the first analysis and the first choice was depending on the honey encryption. The honey encryption is the most suitable solution that has been used in providing misleading information to the intruders to believe that this information is the right information provided to him. So we choose this encryption to be added on that system, so the system will be benefit and more benefit from this feature, and also have an efficiency when he taking the information, also retrieve it and distinguish about the legitimate and legitimate users. Also, we add a second layer of security. Our approach by adding this layer of security, because we find that other solutions and other researchers have been depending on one security layer. So by adding these security layers, we can have a second layer of security even if this intruder gets breaked into this first layer. We use the hash function, function which is hashing the password that we provided to the user, which will be unpredictable password, which is mean no one can predict it, which is adding another layer of security. Our aim by adding and deciding the algorithm that we want to choose is to achieve the CII triad, which is the most thing that it's wanted in the systems, web developers, databases, any system that you are using, and any professionals need to get these CII triads. And even the businesses also focusing on achieving these goals. So when we deciding by building this vision about our secure storage system, we choose only one scenario. So the system will be demonstrating one scenario, which is we have one portal, simple usage portal. We design it to be so simple for an end user to add his shipment ID. It's like logistic. Let's imagine it, the scenario, it's a logistic portal. I have a shipment ID and I have a very detailed details about that shipment, and I want to store it for more later retrieval. So we demonstrate the scenario based on that. We designed the interface based on that. So we have here adding that interface to get the information and retrieve it back to the user. Also, we add this layer for detection, which is when I have any intruder trying to enter to that portal and getting the shipment ID, I can detect his IP, and any administrator can block that IP. So the environment totally have been worked on Linux. We use the Java program with the Spring code, which is developing the honey encryption and also the hashing. We used also the SQL post database to design two databases, one for the legitimate users and one for the false users. And also the Swagger user interface, which is provide us a very simple interface to interact with the user. So this is the interface. Actually, it is a so simple interface. Any user he wants to store, he can register on that portal. He can get that interface by entering his shipment number, then execute. Execute means I want now to take the password. the password is randomly and unpredictable. It will be 15 length. After he get that one done from an end user side, in the back end, in the database, now I'm taking that shipment ID, link it to the password that I provided to the user, hash it, then store it in the truth table. This is now, I know that this user is the legitimate user, I'm saving his information. I will walk with you now if I am a legitimate user, then we will see from an unlegitimate user perspective. So this is the simple process. The user will start by entering the shipment ID. We will generate him a random password, and we will display the password for him, and we will hash the password in the backend in the database with the shipment ID. The second process, if I am the legitimate user and I want to retrieve my shipment ID from that portal, I will go to here. I will enter the password. They already give it to me in the first registration. I will enter it, and I will get the shipment ID so easily. In the backend, what is happening? The database will check if the password that entered from a user is the real password. I will take it and hash it again, compare it with the shipment ID and password I'm stored. If it's both matching, I'm providing the right information to the right user. If it's not matching, I will go back and treat this one as an intruder who's trying to get my information. Then I will redirect him to a false database, and I will provide a false shipment, which is the honey word. I'm fooling him in a simple way. That in this way, if I am giving him a false information, I will stop the DDoS attack, and also I will keep the availability for the system up and running. Because if the intruder finds out that this information is false, he will keep trying, he will keep guessing, and my system will break down. We have some analysis between other research. Other research, first one, they have been using the honey encryption technique with the AAS. We find that the running time, taking time, and they're only using 2 encryptions. They're taking 250 milliseconds for encryption and decryption processes. For the second one, who use only honey encryption, they spend 17,000 milliseconds for encryption and decryption, and also 16, which is a huge time in milliseconds compared with ours. And the last one, which is honey encryption, homographic encryption, also taking 481 and 299. This is a huge time compared. The last one, which is we are proposing, which is the honey encryption and hashing, taking less time, 244 milliseconds and 2028 milliseconds in second processes, which is approved that the system can deal with the data so fast in time. So to conclude the system, the goal of that, we aimed to achieve the CIA trade, confidentiality, integrity, availability, and also preventing DDoS attack and denial of service attack, and to be available for all users to prevent that. So this is the system. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Ms. Reem. If anyone has any questions. Okay, we welcome questions if you have any. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So our next presenter is, our paper title is Location Privacy Issues in Location-Based Services by Ms. Manal Ashlahan, Reem Al-Subai, and Dr. Rabia Latif from Prince Sultan University.
Assalamu alaikum. This is the second paper I will present today, inshallah. So it's talking about resolving location privacy issues and location-based services. So as we all know, our location is open in all the applications that we are using. Everyone using the location-based, and any application that we use, and the Uber, every place. Even someone may request you to share your live location on that. So these type of location-based services targeting the users to expose his location, expose where he based, and also can trigger for the attacker to deep dig on that location and find more information about the user, how the user can see that information from only the location. Because if I generate information from the location that I have about the user, I can easily get into the user and even understand his behavior. So this paper will discuss the 7 papers. We do a comprehensive analysis on that papers. Then we concluded, and we will discuss about the limitations on that paper, and also what we recommend to address these limitations. So as we know, standardized location services for like a global positioning, the GPS that we use in our cars, in our cell phones, in our applications, it's usually implemented in the intelligence devices. So the providers, the service provider who are providing us these services, usually when you download any application, some of the service provider enforce you to open the location and share your location to get the service that you need or to enable the feature that you need. So this is a flaw from the service provider, because we don't trust them if they are securing their location or not, if they are revealing our location to any third parties or not. So also it will conclude my device feature. If someone knowing about the location, he will know my features that I'm using in that device. So we also, we had a look on some of the legals that covering the location privacy issues and violations. If someone is violating or having my location disclosed on any platforms or shared, or even they buy it to any researchers, there is no law for that. So the HIPAA, as we know, it is for insurance services for all users. So it's not covered location data service privacy, or don't have any legal approach to address this solution. And also there is a location that have been found in America, which is Golden Shore, which is they have oversight the role of the consumer protection. It's harmful about the database, the data collection services. So we find some of the states in the US, such as California and Utah, they have been required warranties before you disclose any information about your location. So this is kind of restricting the sharing for the location. And also for the second states, which is Illinois and Indiana, they require warrant for a real time, only the real time. Other location-based, they don't have any warrant. So they are focusing here on the real time. So user profiling usually when intruder or someone have some information about you, and he can gather information from different places, and he can know about your activity, your motivation, your thoughts, your legals. So if I have this information to disclose to the attacker, he can easily build the profile, because easily the attacker, he don't know my identity, he don't know my name. Maybe some of the location services, if they disclosed and to a third party or shared by other one, they can know about the name. They maybe call me XXXX. They don't know my name is Reem, but they can identify the activities that I'm doing based on that, because they will collect all the information I have based on that location. So it will be also susceptible to de-anonymization attack, which will threat the privacy and for my sensitive information also to be disclosed. What kind of security threats that we can suffer if we have the location service privacy? So we have the geolocation spoofing, which is easily spoofing someone's location. If I have this feature enabled, we have this attack to be suspected to. And also I have continuous tracking, which will be suffering for a user for stalking and harassment, and also for a direct sharing for social media platforms. We all check in on some application. So these check-ins, they will know my place, where is it? What's my activity in the weekends, where I'm going to. So this will disclose this kind of information. So now we will go to the analysis. as I mentioned, that we are analyzing 7 papers in a comprehensive analysis to see what is their privacy mechanisms that they are proposing in their papers. So this is a small summary about the 7 papers. They all here having some mechanisms on the location privacies. They agree on key anonymity. They agree on the cryptography. They also presenting random routing and differential privacy. And they're presenting some dummy locations to fool the attacker. So when we go through these papers and research, we find some of the flaws. These flaws can be not utilizing the privacy locations in a good way. So there will be some processes running on that feature, and the research will consume a huge resources. For example, here, the cryptographic mechanism. If they use and rely on the cryptographic mechanisms, they will require a massive and huge processing resources, which is not efficient for user usage. And also we have anonymization technique. The anonymization technique usually can be broken by beacon messages. So if I apply it, some of the research have been suggested to apply both of them as a privacy mechanism, but both of them have these flaws. And also we have key anonymity and mixed zoning, which is the user will be relying on the pseudo location information, and it's required, and they cannot block it, and it's not securing the user because it requires the user to share the location. So we have also differential privacy based technique, which is obfuscation. This can also require a massive processing processes. So if I have these processes running in a huge overload in the application, I will not be used for that. So based on that, we have concluded that these kinds of techniques or flows that have been required can be avoided in another solutions. So we recommended some of the solutions that could be helpful in designing such a location-based privacy. We can use a lightweight encryption scheme because we want to reduce the utilization. Everyone in that analysis have been consuming the utilization to the highest levels and using mechanisms that consume the resources on the highest level. But if we apply the lightweight encryption scheme, it will reduce that utilization. Also, we have entropy-based mechanisms, which is depending on the randomness, which is also will be useful for reducing these headaches. We can also use trust third-party authentication management, which will be give the strength for authentication for all users. If applying these papers, we can achieve a good and strong privacy location framework. So this will conclude the paper as we recommend that the lightweight trusted party entropy system, it will achieve the confidentiality with less resourcing utilization. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Reem. If anyone has any questions. Okay, thank you very much once again. Okay, our next paper title is Affect Cyberbullying of Children and Prevention Methods, presented by Ms. Yara Al-Tayash, Nof Al-Musa, Al-Hanouf, and Dr. Noor Shahida from Prince Sultan University. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Elhanaf Al-Ajaji, and today I'll be presenting for you our research findings, a research that was done by Yara Tayash, Nawfal Musa, Dr. Noor Shahida, and I. Our research title is Cyberbullying Effects on Children and Prevention Methods. And let me start by saying that cyberbullying is not a new, that bullying is not a new phenomenon. However, the development bullying is not a new phenomenon. However, the development of advanced and different technologies has allowed a major shift in the behavior of bullying, moving it to the cyberspace. Today's children and teenagers have grown up in a world that is completely different than most adults. Communicating through the internet has changed various concepts. It changed people's behaviors and responses. So let me say that using the internet is a double-edged sword. Mobile phones can be productive and creative elements to many young people. It helps teenagers in everyday activities and in identity forming as well. Using technology communication promotes social interaction. So many young people use the internet to interact with individuals they feel related to. However, it has many negative consequences. It allows them to develop connections, as I said, with individuals they feel related to, but unfortunately, this does not imply that all is good. A lot of people abuse using the internet, and many people have bad motives. So that's why we decided to conduct this research and to spot the light on cyberbullying. So the question here, what is cyberbullying? Basically, cyberbullying is defined as any harassing, threatening, or embarrassing conducted through the internet. It can happen through social media platforms, SMS, text messages, or anything that involves using the digital devices such as cell phones, tablets, or laptops. To put it in another way, cyberbullying is the act of uploading posts, sending messages, and other forms of communication with the goal of distressing others. It may also involve or entail to the creation of web pages that defame, mock, and harass the intended victim. Now that we all know what is cyberbullying, let me compare it to the traditional bullying that we know for a long time. Both types of bullying share the same purpose, which is bullying, obviously, but traditional bullying is defined as verbal, as any verbal, emotional, or physical abuse of a person by another person in a face-to-face environment. Whereas cyberbullying is defined as bullying that occurs through the use of electronic means like cell phones and computers. In addition, in traditional bullying, the victim is fully aware of who is harassing him, while in cyberbullying, the victim have no idea about who is harassing him and why he is being harassed and bullied in the first place. Also, in traditional, the bully can mask his identity, as I said, and that will give the bully more influence over the situation, while the victim feels powerless. Aside from that, any humiliating and false words made about the victim are read and witnessed by hundreds of people. On the other hand, traditional bullying occurs or takes place between a group of people or just two, or even just two. And the traditional bullying suggests that the victim is secure from bullies once he returns home, while in cyberbullying, the victim will continue being bullied because he will use his phone or computer even at home, making cyberbullying very hard to avoid or eliminate. Moving to the cyberbullying consequences, it has a wide range of negative implications for victims, their families, and for the society as a whole. So many nations have implemented legal regulations and implications to protect people from cyberbullying. It is a severe concern in workplaces and in the society. It has many negative consequences such as lost productivity, high turnover rates, increased stress, and it will create a hostile work environment. Also, cyberbullying has the potential to destroy employee loyalty and trust, lowering people's quality of life, and also businesses may lose income as a result of their employees' mental health. Let me now focus on the main purpose of our research, which is cyberbullying effects on children. It can result in anxiety, loss of interest, low self-esteem. It may develop suicidal thoughts, and it may result in depression as well. And children believe that cyberbullying is a lifelong experience since it happens in the cyberspace. Okay, let me discuss now with you the rules and regulations that are related to cyberbullying. As I said, cyberbullying in many forms is common among children and teenagers. And it is made easier by the use of the raising use of technology. It can have major implications, especially for mental health, and it can even lead to suicide thoughts, as I said before, in extreme circumstances. So parents, schools, and online social networking sites are encouraged to offer a secure a secure online environment. But little is known about the legal measures that can be utilized to prevent cyberbullying. It is illegal in many countries, such as in the UK, and there are many rules that can be used to prevent it, such as the Education Inspection Act, the Protection Act from Harassment, the Communications Act, the Telecommunications Act, and the Public Order Act, the Computer Misuse Act, and the Crime and Disorder Act. But these are just a few of the laws that deal with cyberbullying because there is a lack of the definition of bullying, and the applicability of these laws to cyberbullying is debatable as well. Enacting new legislation is difficult for many reasons, including the lack of consistent bullying and cyberbullying definition, the difficulty of determining intent to harm or evidence of cyberbullying, and the lack of general awareness around the role of technology, and the age of the criminal responsibility as well. Okay, I'll move now to the cyberbullying incidents. There are many tragic incidents that resulted from cyberbullying, and honestly, some of them were very hard to read. However, we included two main cases here. The first one is about a cyberbully in South Africa who was convicted this year for cyberbullying his neighbors. He created a fake Facebook account and started threatening his neighbor in exchange for money through Facebook, WhatsApp, and text messages. He requested money from his neighbor using a fake identity, as I said, to avoid being traced. The cyberbullying and harassment then moved when the neighbor refused to give him money. The cyberbully started threatening his neighbor to kill him and rob his house. A couple of months later, he was convicted and charged with cyberbullying. The second case is about a 17-year-old boy who took his life away due to the consequences of cyberbullying. Felix was told frequently on the internet that he was worthless, hated and ugly as well. He received negative comments on social media day after day since he was 14 years old. Back then, the bullies did not consider what can happen from these hateful comments. And in April 2016, his mother received a call from the school reporting that her son had never arrived to school. So after going to the police, they were informed that their son had stepped in front of the train and died. His mother encourages parents and schools as well to take appropriate actions whenever it's needed. So let me move to the methods or preventions that can be used to eliminate or to prevent or eliminate cyberbullying at least. You can ensure frequent software and operating system are provided to increase information security. These standards or guidelines are provided by NIST and Microsoft. You should be aware of the security policies, of the password policies, I mean, such as using strong policies and changing them frequently. Do not click on any links or download files from suspicious sources. Be aware of any type of attack that you might face through the internet. Also, phishing tools and anti-software tools can be used for security purposes. We should increase awareness about cyberbullying and the act of information security as well in schools and workplaces and even in homes. Privacy options are available on every social media platforms, so you should be aware of these security or privacy options and use them. In conclusion, cyberbullying is defined as the use of internet communication to bully someone, usually by sending or threatening messages. However, as I said and mentioned, that the applicability of the laws that are available around the world is up for question due to the lack of a clear definition of cyberbullying and the lack of control, since there are millions of people that are using the internet nowadays. So we should be aware of the right definition of cyberbullying, and we should try to eliminate it, not prevent it, just eliminate it. Thank you everyone for listening, and if you have any questions.
Thank you very much for a very interesting paper presentation. Yes, any questions? Okay, I have a question actually. So about cyberbullying, is there any recommendations you can make to avoid children how not to get involved in certain things by which they can prevent themselves or their parents?
Yes. As I said, that we should raise awareness, so we can do some programs at schools to inform children about cyberbullying or what could be resulted from cyberbullying, to make them to avoid the consequences that I mentioned before. So programs at schools will be a great option here.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Our next paper title is Enhanced System for Securing Password Manager Using Honey Encryption. And presenters are Al-Batul Al-Muhanna, Afnan Al-Fadil, and Dr. Anis Ara from Prince Sultan University. Welcome. Okay, our next paper is WhatsApp Cybersecurity Risk Management, Governance and Control by Ms. Rida Khan, Salma Barakat, Lulu, Yara Al-Tayash, Nofal Musa, Mariam, and Dr. Noor Shahida from Prince Sultan University. Do we open it from here? Do we open it, or they know how to do it?
Yeah, why?
Like the next one?
No, there is no.
Okay, there is this one.
How many?
Okay, WhatsApp cybersecurity risk management, governance and control. Are you there? Okay. Are they coming or what?
Yeah, they will take a minute and then they will take. Because we are 6 minutes ahead, so the students waiting outside said they are coming. Oh, okay. Because we are 6 minutes ahead. Okay. They are coming. So they are coming. Just wait for Al-Batul. Al-Batul will start.
Yeah, we are 6 minutes ahead.
Okay, Al-Batul will start. Okay.
Because we are 6 minutes ahead, so Miss Al-Batul is coming.
Okay. Okay.
This one, comprehensive system for security.
Okay. Yeah, please announce that.
Because I announced this twice. So this one.
It's they have to come.
Yeah, they should come at least 5 minutes before.
I think she's the one, right? She's the one. Rida, you will start. You will start. Yeah.
Yes.
11.
This one.
11 then.
Yeah, I know.
11 then. Okay, it's our turn now, right? Okay, Salma is there. She's coming as well. It's okay. You can go on the stage. Let's go. Okay. What's yours? Okay. What is the ID?
WhatsApp cybersecurity.
27. Okay. You are the one who will present?
Yes.
Both of us. How many? Two. Okay. Okay.
Would you like to start before she comes? Or?
She's actually starting. So.
Okay.
ينتظرون البرزنترز يجون ينتظرون البرزنترز يجون ولا اي okay once you finish from the presenting from the announcement please just present and turn it off
I think I'll start then because she's not coming. Do I just go on?
Yes,
Okay. Well, actually, we prepared it the other way around. But she's supposed to come. Okay, that's not an issue. Okay, perfect. Just please keep a mic prepared for her as well. Please have a mic prepared for her as well because she'll just join right away.
Do you want to start now or do you want to wait for her?
I originally want to wait for her, but like...
She's here. Okay, our next title is WhatsApp Cybersecurity Risk Management, Governance and Control by Ms. Rida Khan and Ms. Salma. Welcome.
All right, thank you everyone for being here. So I'm Salma Barakat, and this is my colleague Rida Khan, and our other...
Our team couldn't be here because they're in their co-op, but we're grateful and we want to appreciate their contribution for this paper as well. So that's their names, and of course, thank Dr. Noor as well.
All right, so this is our outline. So we're going to start off with our introduction. Rita? All right. So WhatsApp is, it has 1.3 billion clients. I know, I'm sure everyone knows that. It's over 180 nations, and it's obviously a free online messaging service owned by Facebook. So since it has millions of users, it's crucial to assess the vulnerabilities to protect user data and privacy. So WhatsApp has access to our contacts, our photos, our geolocation, and that makes it a target for attackers due to its the critical data it collects. So WhatsApp in 2014 acquired end-to-end encryption, and okay. So the current scenario, issues against WhatsApp. So due to a sharp spike in WhatsApp, recorded in 2019, the security vulnerabilities, like the officials, due to security vulnerabilities, they suggested using a rival messenger application, which was Signal. For example, back in 2020, there was the iPhone users of WhatsApp were warned about a cross-site scripting attack due to one-click links or stuff like that. Okay, so now Facebook's intervention. So I'm sure everyone is aware of this attack that happened last year. It was back in 2021, and it took place on 8th of Feb. So, so WhatsApp, they posted this update in which they said, like through this update, they said like the new policy was that they're gonna allow Facebook to get access to our phone numbers, email addresses, contacts, location, and other critical data. And if users did not approve of this update, they would be asked to uninstall the application. And now the current vulnerabilities in WhatsApp. So these are the current vulnerabilities that we found, and I think they're the most critical too. So these are their identifiers. So as you can see, we have buffer overflow, privilege escalation, two vulnerabilities of privilege escalation, and stack overflow. For example, the first privilege escalation attack or a vulnerability, it was due or through desktop client, and that caused a remote code execution after version 0.3. So now the risk management plan. So although like WhatsApp is an intangible application, yet it's very, it's crucial to know, or it's really good to know that its strengths and weaknesses. So you're aware of its current state and future state, such as threats or attacks. So some of its strengths are very minimal downtime, and that's constantly available. Potential for constant updates and improvements due to continuous funding, reliable and dependable. So like it has like minimal to no bugs reported, end-to-end encryption. Weaknesses, requesting permissions to access many device applications or resources such as contacts, gallery, SMS, and obviously not available for offline users. So it needs internet connection for sending and receiving messages. And from here, my client Rida will continue.
Thank you, Salma. So we're going to continue with the risk management plan. Now that we know the strengths and weaknesses of WhatsApp, it's only logical to look at all the assets that WhatsApp has and the threats to those assets. So we began with this table to sort of clarify and put the information in a very nicely formatted manner where it's easy to understand. So as you can see, we just put some assets here, just 2, but we identified nearly 20 assets. Out of them, we've put source code and hardware here. So if you take source code, for example, as our assets, we found out that one of the main vulnerabilities is that the encryption for it is not strong enough. And because of that vulnerability, you can see a threat come up. And that threat is that an attacker can get hold of the code and change it, which could potentially cause a denial of service attack. And because it's WhatsApp, and WhatsApp is used by so many people, and it's such a big application, we determined that the likelihood for this, if we were to quantify it, would be very neutral. It would be a 3. And the impact, though, is severe, because if the source code is altered, then that means we could potentially not be able to use the application, or our data would be at threat. We would lose all aspects of the confidentiality and integrity and availability. And finally, the consequences. So because we identified this threat, and how do we combat it? Well, the consequence would be to use a strong encryption and make sure that the source code is stored in a safe environment. And of course, have backup of everything as well. Continuing from our assets and threats, our next step is to make a risk register. Now, this also further helps to categorize the risks specifically for all the assets that we determined. And again, we're going to look at the risk specifically and say what is the likelihood and impact and severity of that specific risk, followed by identifying more information such as who's the owner of the risk and what's the mitigating action. So here, we just put 3 down, but we have around 20 or more actually. Let's say, for example, the last one, the bug which gives access to previously deleted messages to a user account. So that's a risk that WhatsApp faced. And the likelihood for this is medium. And the impact is medium, which means that the severity is also medium. So it's something that you should be worried about, but you can deal with it. Like, you can take your time to deal with it. And the owner for this is the software engineer, clearly. And what's the mitigating action? So that's something else you identify in a risk register. Once you know what the risk is, you know how important it is to deal with the risk, you figure out what it is and how you're going to deal with the risk. So the mitigating action is to use a separation of privilege, where data is put in a safe space and it is not allowed to leave that boundary. So now this is a very summarized manner of how you mitigate it. We made a managing the risks table where we identified that a risk from the previous one, which was execution of arbitrary code and denial of service by attacker due to flaws in heap buffer overflow. So that's your risk. And we're saying this is a critical risk that's very critical and you need to solve it immediately. It's something that needs to be fixed. It's very important. It needs to be fixed immediately. So what is the management strategy and how is it that you're going to go about to fixing this risk? Is that the risk is mitigated, because sometimes you can like transfer a risk, or sometimes you can say that the risk need not be mitigated right now. It can be accounts. And I believe this is something that most people don't know about, but that is an option that WhatsApp provides. And finally, there's no third-party banner ads, which would be really annoying to use WhatsApp. So that's a really good feature that it has and a good security policy and guideline. With all of the analysis that we conducted, our final step was to propose an enhanced security approach. So what's a plan that we could use that will ensure that WhatsApp is forever secure for us to use? And we identified 3 things: risk management, creating a DRP, and having strong access controls as the 3 ways that you could, that WhatsApp could implement in order to have a very good risk response strategy. and keep all of our data secure, make sure WhatsApp is available at all times. So risk management, as we conducted here, identifying the assets, is a continuous process, because hackers, they can find different ways to hack into your accounts. It's an evolving process. So you should constantly have like periodic risk management practices that WhatsApp should follow, followed by disaster recovery plan. So let's say the worst case scenario does happen and the data is gone. What can WhatsApp do to retrieve the data or make sure that the loss that happens is not too big? So it's very crucial to have this disaster recovery plan and to implement it in the case that the worst case scenario does occur. And finally, having strong access controls, making sure we know who has access and how they have access. It's very essential. Now I'll be concluding. So this is everything that we went over in this presentation. We talked about the present scenario of WhatsApp. We spoke about the application in general. We went into the specifics. We talked about the vulnerabilities that were identified. We went over a whole risk management plan where we identified the assets, threats, vulnerabilities. We managed those risks, mitigated them, spoke about residual risks. And then we went over the security policies and guidelines that WhatsApp currently has. And finally, we proposed our security approach as well. Thank you so much. And if you have any questions.
Thank you so much. We welcome your questions. Yes, please.
I have one question. Is encryption strong enough to protect my account information?
Can I just repeat your question to see if I got it? You said, is the encryption strong enough to protect your information?
Exactly.
Well, considering that WhatsApp is a very big deal, there's no way that they're going to use an encryption that's not strong enough. So yes, it is strong enough currently. Yes, they provide end-to-end encryption, so they make sure that your data does not go anywhere else and stays within the chat that you use. However, you can't say, like, anything can be hacked. So it's a very, like, as we mentioned, it's something that you need to keep trying to improve. So it's something that you should always be trying to improve. So essentially, if a better algorithm was found, they should be moving to that and using that in order to protect your data better.
So basically, you can't say any, like, there's no application is insensitive to flows. In fact, like, security flows are an unfortunate reality to modern technology. So, like, that's why WhatsApp or any other application, they have constant updates to fix those flows. Hope that answered your question.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Salma Barakat and Ms. Rida Khan. Thank you once again. Our next paper is Enhanced System for Securing Password Manager Using Honey Encryption. And authors are Ms. Albatul Al-Muhanna, Ms. Afnan Al-Fadil, and Dr. Anisara. And I welcome Ms. Albatul.
Hello, everyone. Thank you all for coming. My name is Albatul Mhanna, and on behalf of my colleague and Dr. Anis, I will be presenting our research paper that is called an enhanced system for securing password manager using honey encryption. Now, the presentation will cover the introduction, the problem, the proposed solution, simulation, the result and discussion, and finally the conclusion that will include the limitation and the future work. I just want to start with this, the preliminaries slide first. So just want to know, or we want to have an overview on what is honey encryption. Honey encryption is a type of encryption algorithm that is based on a decoy framework that protects against brute force attacks by producing a valid looking yet fake information that can mislead the attacker into giving them the feeling that they had an access on that information. And brute force attack, of course, is one of the most known cyber attacks. These attacks compromise the trial and error methods by guessing the password. Also, brute force usually gathers information about that user in order to guess their password. Finally, the password manager, it is one of the tools that is used to store your passwords in one, let's say, one log or one file, and you can secure them using a one password that is called a master password. Now, we all know that password is the gateway for your valuable information, such as you have a password on your bank account and you have a password on your cell phone to secure the information that are in it. So a lot of people for decades try to look for tools, techniques, and have developed so many, let's say, softwares to try to secure these passwords. And yet, there is still a big issue in securing it. Now, one of the solutions that was suggested previously is the password manager. Now, the password manager is considered one solution to secure your password. How it works, as we said, is you can create your user account on that password manager, and you can store all of your passwords, and you can secure it using one password. Now, we can face a big problem here is that if an attacker has his hand on that master password, he can access your user account and have an access on all of your passwords. As we said, if the attacker guesses the master password correctly, all of the user's password will be visible to the attacker. Now, our suggested solution is to add an additional security layer to that password manager by integrating the honey encryption technique. The honey encryption technique is usually working with the password manager by once the user have created an account there and set their password or their master password, the honey encryption will work by creating a number of honey words that are similar to your master password. That case, when the attacker tries to guess your master password, and one of them can fall under these, we call them honey words, we can detect that this is not the usual user, this is the attacker. So our proposed solution works on three things: preventing, detecting, and misleading the attacker into making him feel that he got an access on that account. So, as we said, we work on preventing and detecting and misleading the data breaches conducted, let's say, by a brute force. This is the workflow that we have suggested, which works on three scenarios. The first scenario is what if the user is the correct or the legitimate user? And the second scenario is where, let's say, an attacker is conducting a brute force attacks on that account. And the third scenario is what if that the tries that has been done by that attacker does not fall under one of these honey words. So the first scenario is the invalid credential. The second scenario is the honey words. And the third scenario is the account can be locked or suspended. Now we'll go through them one by one. The first scenario is when the user logs in their credential, the username and the master password. The master password will be hashed and compared with the already hashed password in the password manager. If the entered master password matches the stored hash master password, the user will grant an access to their profile and all of their stored password will be visible. The second scenario is, let's say, what if an attacker wanted to conduct a brute force attack on that same account? The user logs in with the credential, username, and password. The system will check and validate the credential. If the entered hashed master password does not match the stored hashed master password and yet matches at least one of the honey words that will be produced, it will detect that this user is trying a brute force attack or trying to guess that master password and will generate, and the intruder will be detected and the password manager will redirect the intruder into a fake account and yet that looks like it is a valid account, and this will prevent the user from trying to continue to conduct a brute force attacks and making him feel, no, you got into that user account. The third scenario, which is what if the user have tried one of the passwords that isn't the legitimate password and at the same time does not fall under one of these honey words. The user logs in with their credential, username, and password. The system checks and validates the credentials. If the entered hashed master password does not match any of the stored hashed master passwords, nor one of the honey words, the system will allow the user to try 2 more times. After that, the account will be suspended and the user will not going to be able to try 1 more time. Now for the result and discussion, for the scenarios that we have conducted or we have performed, we have compared them with other techniques from different research papers based on 3 criteria, which is the algorithm, the execution time, the security feature, and the number of rounds. So we have used for the hashing algorithm, we have used the technique SHA-512, and we have used the OTP cipher to encrypt all of the information. So for the first scenarios, we got about 2.3 seconds, but we have actually covered the integrity and the confidentiality features. For the second scenarios, we have worked also with hash SHA-512, and we have used or applied the honey encryption. We got about 3 seconds of the execution time, but we have covered also the confidentiality and the integrity. The third scenario, we have covered the integrity, but we did about 3 rounds. That's why it's about 6 seconds. Now, after what we have seen, comparing the execution time with the features that we try to cover for each scenario, we can see there is a big correlation between the execution times and the features or the security features, such as the confidentiality, integrity, authentication. So we can see that the more we apply security feature, the more execution time we can have. So this is just a representation of the execution time. At conclusion, we believe that our proposed solution can help into elevating the security of the password manager into making it immune from the brute force attacks. Now, of course, we're still working on our paper into enhancing it and elevating it to be detecting better users and activities, and also some of the limitations that we face in our paper. So the first, let's say, limitation that we might face is the typographical error. So sometimes the system cannot identify the difference between the legitimate user or the, let's say, the attacker, if it wasn't one of the honeywords that he have chose. For the future work, we hope of working on logging all of the requests and activities that the user can have in order to track their activities and analyzing it into identifying or detecting that the user is the real user or not based on their activities. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Ms. Al-Batul. Yes, we welcome questions.
From an attacker's perspective, Dr. Anis, you're right. I find it very interesting that in the world of data science and computers, those humanities words become relevant. So honey is a word that can attract false...
Correct, yes.
Yeah. So my question is, why don't we block the attackers altogether? Why do we go through the trouble of creating a decoy or a not real account?
Yeah, it's the issue of what if the attacker try to work again and again, and we're trying to stop these actions from happening or these tries. So that's why we can create a decoy information and we say, like, here you go, you got in, you had an access, congratulations.
So your world is like that of a detective. I feel that it's very interesting that you're...
Yeah, it is.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hello. Yeah, actually there is no question, it's just a comment. Ms. Batul, for an amazing and so energetic presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We really want this platform to bring the student here with this spirit and with this energy. Thank you so much for this presentation.
Thank you for Converse.
And do appreciate your supervisor, Dr. Anis.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tanzila, for your comment. Our next paper is Improvement of CIA Triad for Al-Raji Online Banking System. Authors are Ms. Sara Al-Shatri, Ms. Eliana Al-Rashidi, Ms. Nof Al-Bawardi, Ms. Haifa Al-Mojil, and also Dr. Noor Shahida Muhammad from Prince Sultan University. We welcome. Okay, welcome Ms. Sara and Ms. Haifa.
Hello, my name is Sara Al-Shathri, and I would like to welcome you all to the Women in Data Science Conference. My colleagues and I have published this research paper on the improvement of the CIA triad on Al-Rajhi's online banking system.
Hello everyone, I'm Haifa Al-Mojil. I'll be continuing. So as for the outline, we'll start with the brief introduction. With the risk management plan, including the risk register, the risk assessment, and including the policies and guidelines. Then we'll talk about the improvement of the CIA trade, and lastly, the conclusion.
So online banking, it's a financial institution that establishes an online presence and allows transactions to be conducted over the internet. This makes using and accessing your bank info and any functions that you might have so much easier. It's the simplest way to make people's life easier because it eliminates the need for consumers and individuals to waste time and energy by physically going to and visiting the bank every time they need to complete a transaction. Because the main goal of online banking is for customers to be able to conduct transactions online, you need to have an internet connection. Therefore, you will face a lot of threats when you're using an open source like this. So you need to consider all of the CIA risks and how you can reduce them.
So this is our risk management plan. As the first thing, we did the risk register. We put the ID, the date raised, and the risk description, as is for the likelihood of risk occurring.
So the risk register, it includes the likelihood and the impact. And from these two factors, we calculate the severity. And lastly, you'll have the mitigation action, which is used to fix or reduce the risk. Since Al-Rajhi's banking system is very secretive and it does not disclose any of the previous vulnerabilities in fear of exploitation, we had to refer to other risk registers that were made for similar systems, analyze them, and come up with this risk register. As you can see, we have different colors. Each color symbolizes a different level. The green stands for low, yellow is for medium, orange and red is for high and severe, which we don't have here, thankfully.
As for the second part, the risk assessment, it includes the assets, the description, the CIA aspect, is it personal data, and the category and the classification and the priority level.
So based on all the information that is gathered by analyzing the system, the priority level is set for each asset. As you can see, we have different levels. After analyzing the risk register, which contains previous mitigated risks, and the risk assessment, which has the prioritized assets, we've developed the risk mitigation strategy. So the risks and their level depend highly on the assets and their priority. So risks on assets that have very high priority will have a very high risk level, as you can see. After determining the risk level, we will develop different mitigation strategy, and the best mitigation strategy will be selected. Also, it's very important to note that the residual risk left after the mitigation strategy is applied needs to be documented in the mitigation strategy document.
As for the policies and guidelines, information and security policy is the foundation for securing transaction with the banking environment. Organization information, customers information, process, IT system, and people involved in the operations of a bank. It is a success.
So some practices that need to be practiced in banking environments to guarantee security, they are derived from different policies and guidelines that you can find online. The main one is to maintain an inventory of all of the assets and be responsible for the controls that govern them. We also have to do rapid risk assessments, and it needs to be done regularly because any risks that are new and that develop over time might be missed if this is not done. So another thing that can be done to help this point is that data should be segregated so that the users can access only the parts that they need. So this supports the least privilege principle that is used a lot in risk reduction. Also, you can, to avoid eavesdropping and any other illegal accesses, sensitive information in the banking environment should be encrypted. That's one of the basic steps that are done in any system that needs high security. So the customers in a banking system might be the largest vulnerability because a lot of the time the customers themselves are ignorant to these practices, so they make mistakes that cause a lot of damages for them. So here are some guidelines that should be proposed and taught to the bank customers by the bank itself. So customers should be responsible for their activity. They should preserve the confidentiality of their passwords. So you can't, it's a basic knowledge, you can't tell anyone your passwords, especially for a bank system. So suspicion actions must be reported. For example, if you get a message for a code for an online shopping account, but you didn't request this message, you didn't request anything to buy, you need to report this activity to the bank even if no transaction occurred. Because this means someone might have gotten access to your credit card information. You need to have two-factor security solution or even multi-factor security solutions because sometimes two-factor is not enough. Customers are also need to be told not to open emails that include suspicious advertisement. This will help reduce the risks of social engineering attacks. So a lot of the time you will get messages, sometimes phone calls or even emails from attackers that you don't know that they are attackers. They will act as if they are a bank teller or a person working in the bank.
Such as viruses, worms, Trojan horses, and the other malware. To keep your computer safe from detect and prevent new viruses from attacking your computer. Non-virus threats like spyware, keystroke, loggers, and the other harmful application must also be detected by the program.
The second method that might help improve the CIA triad in a banking system is setting up a proficient firewall. Since, as we said earlier, a banking system works because it has access to the internet. So you as a user from your own home gain access to the internet, which will connect you to the banking system. This, sadly, while it makes your life easier for you, but it will make the banking system much more vulnerable because anyone can access it. So a firewall acts as a filter to filter incoming and also outgoing traffic. So anyone that comes into the system from the internet with malicious intent will be stopped by the firewall. And anyone that gains access and wants to take out sensitive information, like for example, credit card numbers, bank account information, and all of that, will be stopped by the firewall and it will report the activity to management. So today we mentioned two methods. Would anyone like to suggest a third method from the audience? No? Okay, then we'll move on. So to conclude, security is the most important factor in banking systems because if your banking system, your bank accounts are not secure, then not only can your information be leaked, you will also might have financial losses. So any data breach has the potential to be catastrophic because some people actually have all of their finances in one location. So if that happens, the effects are horrible. So to do that, you need to have to implement different techniques for risk assessment and management. The bank's efforts, even if they were very high and they worked really hard to do all of that, if their customers don't comply with the guidelines that are set for them, all of that will go to waste because in the end, it's the customer's responsibility to follow these rules. That is all for today. Do you have any questions? No? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sarah and Ms. Haifa. Yes, we welcome your questions.
left. It's okay.
Hello, I think, yes. Yeah, we mainly want to say thanks to Sarah and Haifa for coming up with a very interesting topic, which I can say it's more than a technical paper, it's an awareness, which is equally useful, not for the researchers, but even for a common person. So thank you so much for sharing these insights and this awareness. And we would like to say thanks to your supervisor as well for supervising so amazing projects and encouraging the students to come at this stage and share their research findings. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your comment. We really appreciate it. And we would also like to thank Dr. Noor for her support. Yeah. We really, really appreciate it.
Exactly,
Thank you.
exactly. Thank you so much, Dr. Noor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tanzila, for your kind words and your support. Our next paper is Exploring Prediction of COVID-19 and its Severity Using Machine Learning. Authors are Ms. Sumaira Asif, Dr. Tanzila Sabah, Ms. Amira Al-Ghanem. So we welcome them. Welcome, Ms. Sumaira.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone, and a very good morning to all of you present here. Firstly, I would like to thank Prince Sultan University for giving me this wonderful opportunity to present my paper in this esteemed Women in Data Science conference. And I would also like to convey my sincere thanks to Dr. Tanzila Sabah for her continuous supervision and her guidance, and also believing in me and giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much. I would also like to thank Dr. Amira Al-Ghanem for her continuous support and her valuable feedback throughout my research work. So my paper is entitled Exploring Prediction of COVID-19 and its Severity Using Machine Learning. So a little introduction about COVID-19. As you all know, COVID-19 started in the end of 2019, and it was declared as a pandemic in the early 2020 by the World Health Organization. So since you all know, COVID-19 pandemic has created havoc in the millions, in the lives of the millions in the world, and is continuously doing so without much of the relief, I can say. Even though there were many of the vaccines that have been rolled out, and around half of the population of the world has been inoculated, but there has been still widespread concern regarding COVID-19 and our fight against it. So the current situation of COVID-19 in the world is, as of March 2022, we can see that we have around 400 million plus COVID-19 cases around the world, with around more than 6 million deaths worldwide. So this is the current statistics of COVID-19. Okay, so we have different technologies with the huge revolutionary advancements in the technology. There are different technologies that have been that are being used in different fields such as finance, pharmaceutics, healthcare, and so on, These technologies can also be utilized in our fight against COVID-19. These are some of the applications of machine learning, which is a technology that is widely used. We can use machine learning techniques in our fight against COVID-19 in all the phases of the COVID-19 cycle of the patients. We have prediction of COVID-19, its diagnosis, its severity prediction as to how severe the COVID-19 is infected in a patient, and mortality prediction, drug vaccine discovery, and forecasting. So these are all the phases of the COVID-19 infected patients, and how we can deal with it using machine learning. This work will be mainly exploring the latest state-of-the-art machine learning algorithms for predicting COVID-19 and its severity, and also discussing the results obtained by the various researchers around the world, how these machine learning techniques have been differently used, and what are its advantages, disadvantages, and we have also compared them and identified the best performing ones. My paper, this work has been mainly focusing on accuracy. There are different performance metrics that are usually used to evaluate the machine learning models. There can be different performance measures for evaluation, such as accuracy, precision, recall, F1 score, specificity, and so on. So this work mainly focuses on the accuracy. Accuracy is basically defined as to how near a value, obtained value, is to its actual value. So this is some of the literature review that we have discussed in this paper. I would like to emphasize on the database that I have used. I have used Springer, some reputed journals like Springer, Science Direct, and IEEE. I have filtered my results according to some keywords that I have used. Firstly, I filtered them according to the year. I have specifically used only the latest research work that has been done in 2021 and up to the date. So these are some of the research work that I have discussed. One of the researchers, he discussed a severity scoring method using deep neural networks. Basically using a conventional method that is used by radiologists around the world, and also another method using artificial intelligence. And it was found that the method using AI was performed much better than the conventional method used by the radiologists worldwide. Next paper that I would like to discuss would be the predicting COVID-19 in patients using FS method, feature selection method, binary genetic algorithm. That is the most widely used and the best performing genetic algorithm. So with it, you can see the performance of the classifiers improved to a great extent if you use feature selection methods. Then we have other, Kumar and his fellow researchers classified COVID-19 and normal cases, if the person is infected with COVID-19 or not. And he has used parameter optimization techniques and achieved with SVM and has achieved better results than the technique alone. SVM with HPO achieved best accuracy of 96%. Another techniques that I'm only highlighting some of them. One of the researchers, he predicted COVID-19 positive and negative cases using all the techniques, and he found that the best performing technique was KNN, K nearest neighbor, which achieved an accuracy of 98.3%. Also, another research work predicting the severity of COVID-19 patient, how severe is the COVID-19 patient is, and how severe if he needs regular hospitalization or maybe he needs ICU admission. So using convolutional neural network, the model gave the best accuracy of 97%, and that is how we can come to the conclusion that neural networks, particularly deep learning, perform better in most of the prediction techniques. These are some of the graphs that we had plotted using all the studies, and we have mainly considered the most commonly used ML techniques such as K-nearest neighbor, SVM, support vector machine, neural network, and decision tree. So this is the graph for the comparison of the techniques in predicting COVID-19. This graph is for predicting the severity of COVID-19. So again, the same techniques. These are the most best performing techniques. KNN support vector machine and neural networks and decision trees are the most commonly ones. And they have proved to achieve an accuracy higher than 90% in most of the studies. We can also conclude that using feature selection methods, preferably the binary genetic algorithm, has given us the best accuracy values compared to the ones without using the feature selection methods. So using the feature selection methods along with the hyperparameter optimization can give us the best results of the accuracies obtained. One of the research that had a data set with over 10,000 records of patients gave exemplary performance using the KNN and SVM technique. I would suggest if this work included neural networks, it would have given a more better picture of the work done, as it would have compared all the 3 best techniques and gave us the best results. So the conclusion would be that an early prediction of COVID-19 and its severity using machine learning techniques could facilitate to bring down the huge burden on the healthcare systems in the health domain. So AI, particularly deep learning, can also help, as we have found that neural networks, basically convolutional neural networks and artificial neural networks, have proven to give the best accuracies in the research work conducted. And I already discussed the feature selection is the most important thing when evaluating a model or building up a model, because the features that are most important need to be considered. And according to my work, I feel, according to my review, I feel the most significant features that were found to be were age and gender for the classification of COVID-19 patients and also predicting the severity of the patients. That's it for my presentation. Thank you so much. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Ms. Sumera. We welcome your questions. Okay, thank you very much. Our next presenter is exploring, machine learning models for breast cancer, anti-cancer, drug sensitivity prediction from gene expression. And authors are Ms. Safia Dawood, Ms. Aisha Dawood, Dr. Tanzila Sabah, and Dr. Fatima Khan. Welcome. Welcome, Ms. Safia.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so pleased to be here, and I'm very grateful to the WiDS conference for allowing me to showcase my research in this very prestigious conference. And I also would like to thank Dr. Tanzila Sabah for allowing me to be here today, and for all my colleagues that participated with me in this research. The main idea of the research is how to utilize precision medicine in trying to detect response rates of drugs in breast cancer. So, The title of the research is Machine Learning Model for Breast Cancer Anti-Cancer Drug Sensitivity Prediction from Gene Expressions. Okay. As we know, precision medicine is based on combining a number of things in order to provide a very accurate predictive model for cancer prediction. Drugs that are more effective in dealing with cancer. So in precision medicine, they combine lifestyle, environment, genes, and drivers in order to predict which drug or which drugs are better effective for certain types of drug cancers. Precision medicine have a number of names. It can also be called precision-focused medication, personalized healthcare plans, and so on. But all these names serve the same purpose, which is what? Which is providing a very detailed and accurate treatment for cancer patients. In our case study here, we're talking about breast cancer. The old mechanism of traditional medicine, which is one-size-fits-all personalized healthcare, all the treatments and all the diagnosis mechanisms are applied to all patients. In precision medicine, we are trying to make our methodologies more focused and more targeted towards our patients. So this is the promise of precision medicine. In precision medicine, it involves patients, RNA, DNA of the patients, pharmaceutical and doctoral reports, identifications, pathways of the drugs, and also the methods of machine learning in order to combine them all to find a very specific tailored method for cancer patients. In the past, traditional medicine was built upon intuition, meaning doctors' observation of the patients, and then they follow the signs and the symptoms of the patient and produce what is called intuition medicine, based on following the signs and the symptoms of the patient. In the present now, these days, we have clinical trials. So depending on our clinical trials and the results of our clinical trials, we will provide what is called evidence-based medicine, okay? Both the present situation is much better than the past, but still it needs more modification. So what we are trying to do with machine learning, artificial intelligence for the precision medicine is to provide algorithms that can guide the doctors in choosing the right treatment for their patients. And this is what we call precision medicine. Before we continue, we have to talk about what do we mean by drug sensitivity. The name drug sensitivity, it means drug intolerance or drug sensitivity refers to the inability to tolerate the adverse effects of a medication. Generally, at a therapeutic or a subtherapeutic doses, a patient is said to be tolerating a drug when they can tolerate its side effects. We used a couple of databases, 2 databases we used to extract our data sets. The first one is the Genomic of Drug Sensitivity Cancer. It is a database that collects drug sensitivity reactions to cancers, and it is a number of elite universities are participating in supporting data for this database. The second database that we relied on is the Cancer Cell Line Encyclopedia, which has cancer cell lines which are gene expressions that are stored in the database. So we combined these two databases, performed feature selection, and then created a model, an artificial intelligence model to predict the response of every drug or the interaction of the drug with the cell line. The research built a model that can predict drug resistance based on the sensitivity, which are the inhibitory concentration, I50. This number here is presented for every gene expression. We measured it and we used it to predict the sensitivity of the drug. Before we go into our model, we have 2 literature reviews. I'm just going to mention 2 of them. The first one is Nicholas, which performed his study on 277 cell lines, and they used a support vector machine algorithm, and they reached a reasonable accuracy for predicting cancer. And the next one is Henry. In their study, they performed the study on 48 cell lines, and
that are gathered from 12 laboratories, and they achieved an accuracy of 0.7. This is enough for, okay. This is our model. The model consists of, the first step was to extract the cell lines from the cell line encyclopedia database. And then we extracted the drug sensitivity data from the drug sensitivity database. We classified the database into sensitive and non-sensitive using the normalization method. We said if the drug is sensitive, we labeled it as 1, and if the drug is not sensitive, was labeled as 0. We combined the two sets, the two data sets, the drug sensitivity and the cell line expression, and then we performed what we call this feature selection, and we used the support vector machine model to create the model, and at the end we validated the model. This is a sample for a drug compound, one of the drug compounds that we used, and as you can see, the drug compound has performed 0, which is insensitive with a huge number of cell lines, and also a few numbers that was recorded as sensitive with a number of cell lines. This is another diagram that shows a certain cell line, its reaction with the drug sensitivity compounds, with the drug compounds, and it shows us the peak of where the drug activates more. Okay. So to the results, measuring the model parameters using the tenfold, we use the tenfold mechanism because it is more accurate. It gives us more accurate results. Most of the drug compounds that we test on very different cell lines had the accuracy of 72%, okay, which is considered very good, but still we achieved to have a better accuracy result. But the highest of them was scored 91% accuracy, and it was Doxetil, the drug Doxetil, had a very high accuracy. And the result we found is aligned with the result with Dr. Zumi, which is from the Beijing University. They had the same result that we had. This is a sample of some of the drugs with certain cell lines. When I say cell lines, I mean cancerous cell lines. So these are, if you can see, the F6 is the accuracy levels. And as we said, most of them scored 72%, but the highest was 91, okay? So in our study, we found these number of genes are more responsive to cancer drugs. And among these, those two genes, BAD2 and BRCA1, are the most effective. If they are mutated or not presented in a cell tissue, we can predict that the patient will have cancer, and his response to the drug would not be that effective. In conclusion, we can say that biomarkers and genetic prediction of sensitivity to drug compounds can form a robust basis for precision medicine. So we're saying that in order for us to advance the science of precision medicine, which is a very important science, we have to include or test a number of learning machine algorithms, and also try to include biomarkers with drugs to understand the relationship with all the drug sensitivity, and to make a better future for cancer patients. I think this is enough. This is the conclusion we reached, that using artificial intelligence and machine learning, especially vector support machine with drug samples and cell line samples, will help us advance precision medicine and help cancer patients. Thank you all for listening, and if you have any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Safia, for your presentation. Yes, we welcome questions. Okay, if we don't have any questions, then we can go for break for lunch and prayer from 12 to 1. And inshallah, we will be meeting again at 1 p.m.
good morning, good afternoon from wherever you're watching the YouTube streaming. Welcome back after the lunch. I hope you had a great time, enjoyed with your friends like I did over the lunch. And now we are heading towards the last session for today. But before that, let me introduce myself. I'm Dr. Jolly Sahani. I am the Associate Director of MBA Program and Director of Jubilation Office here at Prince Sultan University. It's my pleasure to be the chair for this session, and we'll start the session which focuses on artificial intelligence, current applications, and future challenges. So the first presentation will be a video which we will play now. The title of the paper is Diagnosis and Prognosis of Diabetes Mellitus with Deep Learning. And the authors are Iram Afzal, Kashif Javed, Haris Ali, Adnan Karim from National University of Sciences and Technology, Pakistan, and our own Dr. Tanzila Sabah from Prince Sultan University. So please join me in welcoming the presenter. Thank you very much.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm Iram Afzal from National University of Sciences and Technology, Pakistan. I'm very pleased to be part of Women in Data Science chapter for a couple of years. I'll share a part of our research on diagnosis and prognosis of diabetes mellitus with deep learning is one of the data set collected during WiDS 2021 Datathon. Outline of the presentation includes introduction, problem and approaches, data preprocessing and challenges, method and processes applied on data preprocessing, model application and evaluation following conclusion and discussion. Diabetes mellitus is one of the common diseases affecting more than 200 people globally, and it is predicted to rise the ratio dramatically during upcoming year by coupling up with other chronological diseases, including COVID. The goal of this research was to address the problem of overloaded ICUs during the COVID-19 pandemic through the use of machine learning pipeline for faster patient assessment and diagnosis. Role of AI in medicine does not only focus on treatment of the patient, it also automates the starvation and survival model to provide better and better treatment to the people who are suffering more from certain diseases. So, COVID-19 and diabetes both are associated with acute chronic inflammation. Our radiological data studies in individuals with diabetes shows that the patient with COVID-19 and diabetes have more severe inflammatory responses and lung infiltration as compared to the normal patient. A meta-analysis of 6 studies in which 1527 patients with COVID were studied, and it is found that 9.7% diabetes were diabetes, and the mortality rate of the patient who were affected from COVID-19 were also suffering from diabetes, and it's 4 times higher than the normal person. So there is a close relationship between severe COVID infections and diabetes in both directions. So prediction of affected COVID patients with diabetes become essential to give them attention at earlier stages and provide them a proper care so that we would able to decrease that mortality rate now and maybe in future. Data processing and challenges. So a 24-hour ICU reading dataset were taken from MIT Gauzes Global Open Source of Illness Score Initiative. The dataset came with 130K record along with 188 features including age, BMI, ethnicity, glucose values, and 61% of the data set was missing. Filling the null value with 0, mean, or other standard means were creating more noise in the data. Dropping the feature that have more null value were making us was bringing us to the situation to lose more information that could be helpful for the treatment or to understand the disease. So keeping all the feature brought us to 524 features without label. After all this pre-processing, a deep learning LGBM model was implemented. So before going to the pre-processing, first of all, a good visualization of data was taken place to understand the scenario. So the very first graph tells us how many people are affecting from diabetes and how many are in the data set who are not affecting from diabetes. So if you see the age factor from, sorry, the second one is that the people affecting from diabetes. So that is the age of the patient. So if you see people above 60 to 80 are suffering from the disease more. Then we have max glucose value among the people, and if you see there are more than 5,000 people whose glucose value is between 200 to 400 range. Then the age and weight is was calculated. The more the old people were suffering more with this disease. After that, ICUs were value from different ICUs were categorized, including a cardiac, coronary care unit, and other ones. Then we have ethnicity division of the data, like which ethnicity is suffering more. But if you see, the data set is more or less equal, so we can't say diabetes depends morely in this data set particularly on ethnicity. So here is the architecture or pipeline we followed. When data set was collected, data extracted, it was cleaned, transformed in pre-processing phase. Then after performing this all, a clean data set was fed to the model. And after applying many data models, we have shown the result of single model, and that perform inference on get the best model prediction from all of them, and then infer the value diabetes or no diabetes. That was the binary classification. So training was, as I have already shared with you, on 130K to predict the presence of diabetes mellitus type 2 from that ICU dataset of 24 hours. Best trained model score was achieved as 87% on the test dataset. Inference is performed in time in the batch mode. So, as we discussed earlier, we had 181 features, 60% missing values, and there were different spread of the data, different feature have different values. So we have to perform a various and extensive data cleaning process on that. So data cleaning process includes not only removing missing value, it was cleaning the data, removing noise, transforming the data, reformatting, and scaling. So let's see what methods were applied to get a good data set to apply model on that. So for feature engineering, We generated few other features. I have listed few of them. For example, gender and ethnicity feature, age with BMI, age and maximum glucose value, BMI and maximum glucose value, and the values were not imputed with mean or max or with zero, because that was creating noisy data. So we have performed KNN impute. So KNN impute actually does, it finds the nearest neighbor based on the k. So we give the value 2. So it takes 2 nearest value, calculate the distance of both of the value, and impute the value of those distances, just to make the data in normal substitution. So as we have imputed the data, we have transformed the data as well. And for cross balancing, we applied smart balance technique just to balance the data, remove overfitting and underfitting. Minority and majority clauses were synthesized in a way like we could, in a way that we wouldn't face overfitting of the data issues. Okay, so finally we reached data modeling. So once the data was prepared, LGBM, a light gradient boosting algorithm, a deep learning model, was implemented with 5-fold of cross-validation method that can be seen in the visualization. So the architecture, as we have already discussed earlier, the data was taken place, data was collected, it was unstructured data, it was cleaned, feature was selected, then trained, tested, then data was divided into train and test data set. On train data set, a model was implemented, and then prediction was taken place. So here comes the result of the model. So we have binary classification. So we had metric 0 or 1. So precision is 89% on the recall of 90, and F1 score is also 90. Accuracy is 87% along with that. So here is the figure of 5-fold. So 5 cross-validation fold means the whole data set was divided into 5 different folds to test, to make the better result of the test model. So the data was evaluated using the famous receiver of area under curve operator, and confusion metric was also graphically represented just to see how many values are miscalculated. So if you see, the true class 0 have 91k, more than 91k, around 92 cases, whereas 10,000 were predicted false positive. Similarly, false negative are again 10,000, and around 17,000 were predicted as diabetes mellitus. So if you see from 131k, almost 30k patients were suffering from diabetes, if you see the true values from the data set. So after the evaluation, famous features were also collected that were more significant during the whole study, so that we would able to work on those features in terms of pre-processing or in terms of treatment as well. So the discussions. So first of all, let's discuss the challenge, and then we'll move forward with the conclusion and our finding. So initially, it's assumed that imputing missing value can impact the prediction of the model, and that proved wrong. Imputing value doesn't affect the model's prediction, in our case at least. So In this data set, max glucose value greater than 250, BMI value is overweight, and age is greater than 70% were the factor collected. And if we impute the values with mean or average, we may be at the verge of including healthy patient to unhealthy patient. And the other issue was imbalanced classes. So the classes, if you have seen already, from 130K, 30,000 records were only for from the people who were suffering from diabetes. Rest of the 100K values data was from the healthy patient or from the patient who are not suffering from diabetes. There could be other chronological diseases. So only a few features were kept making the high quality data of the model. So we at last actually implemented the feature which we have already discussed. Feeding quality data set to the model will always make a better results. So the more we will provide the good clean data, the better result we'll get. So now coming towards the conclusion. So the focus of the study was getting more insight from the data instead of applying various prediction models. So it's observed that the better understanding of the data and feature led to the developer to develop more effective model. Our machine learning engineer or AI team to develop better model for medical team, because medical team doesn't know the technological aspect of the models. Hence, the words without exploratory data analysis, visualization, and deep knowledge of participatory feature cause the target type of diabetes mellitus. After feature engineering, data was divided on ethnicity, gender, BMI group, and age, along with maximum glucose values. And it's found that the higher glucose value indicates there is one of the most contributing feature of diabetes, as its name of, as we already know. On the other significant modeling results are not predicted after dividing dataset into different groups. For example, gender, ethnicity, because there was no major difference in the model of the prediction. In contrast, ages like kids, younger and older, BMI values, normal, underweight, and overweight can be grouped together for the prediction of better results. And the last C, most important of the and participatory feature like glucose should be considered on the high priority while filling the missing value to remove algorithmic biasness and enormous prediction. So here are the references of the studies. If you have questions, you are more than welcome.
Thank you very much, Ms. Aram. It was really an interesting presentation. And before we move on, I would like to celebrate women in data sciences, since I see a lot of students here, a lot of faculty, so welcome back. Can we have a round of applause and an energy flowing in the auditorium after the lunch, please? Thank you very much for being here with us. We would truly appreciate, and you know, we always say women is a full circle. She is the only one who has the power to create, to nurture, and to transform as well. So kudos to you all. Thank you. So let's move on. Thank you. Move on to the second presenter and a very interesting topic. I'm really looking forward to this. It is social media privacy issues. What are the threats, risks, and what are the issues? So let me invite Ms. Gada Al-Mudahi, Lama Al-Sawahe. Sorry if I mispronounce your names, last names. I apologize before that. Sara Al-Ansari, Rabia Latif from Prince Sultan University. I think we have these students. So all the students, please encourage your teammates. 2 students? And please join our Twitter competition. Please keep enrolling, keep, retweeting it. Yeah, hashtag. Thank you so much.
Assalamu alaikum, and my name is Sarah Al-Ansari, and I'm going to be presenting our topic today is social media privacy issues, threats, and risks. These are my group members, and I'm going to start with the outline. We're going to give a brief introduction, and then we're going to talk about the threats, the associated risks, the suggested solution, and then we're going to conclude. So first of all, as of October 2021, over 4.5 billion people are using social networking sites, Twitter, Instagram, and so on. So social media is used as a means of communication, knowledge sharing, communicating thoughts, images, videos, building networks, and many other aspects that draw more and more people across the world together. That being said, the question of how social media affects both individuals and organizations is in question. If there exists an impact, what the impact is, and who is affected are all questioned. So I think we can all agree that social media, khalas, it's taken over, we're all affected, you can't run away from it. So first of all, we're going to talk about the threats. This is encompassing, but it's not everything. There's so many risks, and there's new risks every day, and you can't really get all of them at once. So first of all, we're going to talk about malware. I think a brief idea of malware is basically any suspicious program that is created by hackers with the intention of intrusion, stealing data, and causing harm or destruction to computers and computer systems. Malware could be used to steal user credentials, use them for illegal reasons, through social networking. They will then send fake messages or requests. So an example of this is on Twitter. When you get a DM, it can be anything. You could open a link, like directly you get malware, and that'll affect your computer. It'll take over your operating system. It'll shut down your entire programs. So these messages could contain an external link that will appear to lead to a legitimate website. However, the reality is that the URL that will cause the installation of harmful code or the user's device being used. Part of malware is ransomware. It's basically malware. It takes over your device. However, the attackers, they request ransom to give you back your device, to give you back your information, to allow you access back into your device. You have to pay ransom. So it's a kind of virus that activates the prohibition or restriction of users' access to their computer by locking their screen or encrypting their files until a ransom is paid. So how it's done is, if ransom is implemented onto your device, your screen is shut off. Sometimes you get a counter and it says you pay this amount to this person, and you have like 12 hours or 6 hours, and it starts counting down. If you don't pay, your information is gone. So an example is once Twitter users click on ransomware links posted by mutuals, they're at risk of being attacked. Hackers have targeted popular accounts with large amounts of followers in order to effectively carry out the most extensive attack with the greatest amount of people. A few months ago, there was an attack on Twitter where someone you follow would send you a DM and it says, check out who's looking at your account. Now, if it's from someone you know, you're like, okay, why not? And you go on and it sends the same message to everyone you have. That could very easily be ransomware. It could shut off your phone, it could shut off your computer, and you're stuck. You have to pay it. And part of that is phishing. It's a form of social engineering that is frequently used to steal user information, including credit card numbers and login credentials. It happens when an attacker poses as a trusted source, but instead tricks a person into answering emails and text messages. Most well known is getting a suspicious email. I think we've all gotten it, fake Apple email, fake Amazon email. Your account needs to be redirected, it needs to be fixed. You click on it, that's a phishing attack. A receiver is duped into malicious websites that can result in malware installation, system freezing as part of ransomware attacks, or the disclosure of sensitive information. This is extremely easy to fall into. And the biggest example of phishing attacks is a few years ago when Aramco got attacked because one employee opened up an email that was a phishing attack and it crashed the entire system. I think that's like the most well-known phishing attack. So through social media, phishing is the most widespread form of cybercrime and information theft. The attacker may build a false profile that appears to be someone the victims trust, and that profile is then used to lure in victims. Cross-site scripting, it's also known as XSS, happens when a harmful script is injected into a reliable website. How this is done is, see, when you go to log in, مثلا Facebook, you have your username and password. Input username, input password. An attacker can input a harmful code into that place. That's called injection. And that goes into the server and it attacks the servers of the website. So in the present era of Web 2.0 technologies, the spread of XSS worms on social media platforms such as Twitter, LinkedIn, and Facebook has increased exponentially. It's incredibly easy to do this because I remember when I was doing my bachelor's, we did this on Facebook and we stopped all of their servers for like a solid minute. So according to a recent analysis, XSS worms are present in 43% of web apps. XSS viruses, they're uncontrollable because they spread incredibly fast, and it has caused severe security and privacy problems in online social networks. Now, generally, they're done on the web pages, so you're safer if you use the application, but there's no full way to stop you from doing it on an application. Location disclosure, which personally I think is the most dangerous of anything, is that when you start using Instagram, as soon as you open it, it says, allow us to use your location. For now, for later, for whenever. Most times, people think, okay, let's go. Now, that is extremely dangerous because so if your information is stolen, that's one thing. But telling people where you are, knowing exactly where you are, that's personal direct harm. You can be attacked directly. Like, صاروخ على طول. So, attackers may leverage the disclosure of geographic data on social networking sites to harm users. Usually users use mobile devices to access social networks. When using a mobile device to access the internet, people are more likely to reveal their location information. The simplest example is when you post an image on Instagram stories. If anyone just searches the hashtag you put anywhere around the world, you can see it. There's a universal story. You can go on just Riyadh, and it will show you every single story that used that location. So as a consequence, the location disclosure presents a new threat to privacy. Geolocation is used by most social media platforms as a part of their offering. Twitter and Instagram in particular make extensive use of location services while promoting them as a way to connect further with friends and family. So like Twitter location, you get all the hashtags حقت السعودية. No one really cares much about like anywhere else. Next, we're going to talk about identity theft. It happens when somebody impersonates an individual's personal information that identifies them to conduct fraudulent activities or obtain financial gain. Social networking sites have aided hackers and criminals in devising new and inventive ways to carry out their crimes. They've elevated crimes to an entirely new level. Identity theft is one crime that has witnessed significant growth. Identity theft is done usually. People are able to collect information about you that you post willingly. People very easily post where they are, what they're doing, where they work, all this information that they voluntarily gave up. No one asked you to do it, you do it voluntarily, and you don't know who can collect that information. You don't know who might use that information against you. Maybe you trust the people that you have on your social networks, but they have someone else on their social networks that you can't trust. في يوم وليلة تقدر تقلب عليكم. So social networking sites, they've aided in all of this. And with that, it's connected to fake profiles. So I've presented all of this information. Someone can steal all of this, and they can create a fake profile to pose as someone that you trust, and you follow them or you track them, and you're a victim of fake profiles. On social media, a fake profile is a state of a person or a company that does not exist. These accounts frequently employ fake names and identities to gain access to certain people and their intended audience. So so many, like someone could impersonate a company that you trust, but they're trying to collect information about you without you knowing it. The purpose of fake profiles is to gather personal information about users that is only visible to their friends, and their broadcast is as spam. And then broadcast it as spam. So fake profiles have become a concern as the quantity of users on social media has grown. These fraudulent and phony identities are heavily involved in destructive acts, including spreading abuse, spreading misleading information, and spamming, and so on. So now we're going to talk about the associated risk. I'm going to cover the associated risk with pretty much all of them as a whole. The first thing is information theft. It's both a threat and a risk, because it's a threat in some ways. However, some of the threats cause information theft, like ransomware and malware and all of that. So hackers can collect your information and then use it against you or pose as you. There's so many ways that information theft, because anyone who's in the computer field knows that the most important thing is information. It's data. It's more valuable than anything. So if you're at risk of information theft, then you're kind of screwed. So with malware and ransomware, we said that they block off your systems, they stop your computers. That puts you at risk for restricted file access. And if you can't get to your files, then you need to somehow solve the issue, you know? And then with restricted file access comes financial loss. We said with ransomware, they stop your device and they ask you to pay they ask you to pay ransom to get access back to your devices. This is financial loss. For some companies, when they stop their devices, they have to evaluate what's more important, the money they're going to lose, because if you're applying ransomware attacks, you're not going to ask for like $100. You're going to ask for an insane amount, especially if you attack a company. You're going to ask for millions, if not more. So a company has to assess, is it worth it to spend this amount of money over this information or not? If you do, then that's a financial loss. However, if you don't, then you're at risk for information loss. It's two ways. Either you lose your money or you lose your information, and that's up to the person or to the organization to decide what they're willing to risk. Also, with malware and ransomware is device compromisation. It's not just the information, you're also losing the devices that were attacked. Yesterday, Dr. Rabia in class, she asked us a question: if you get attacked, what's the first thing you do? We said that the first thing you do is you disconnect it. You disconnect the device from your network, because if you don't, then your entire network is compromised. That's what happened in Aramco, is that the user didn't disconnect his device from the attack, and it affected all of the devices. This is network compromisation. You need to know the proper steps to take if your device is attacked. You can't just say, okay, I'm attacked, khalas. Like, it's their problem. Then you get denial of service and distributed denial of service. If they attack your network, then they are able to stop you from providing the service that you're doing, and that's denial of service. Cookie stealing, we said that part of information theft is that they steal the token that a user, an individual user, has with their devices, and they can use that to impersonate you. They can create an account with pretty much everything you do, because cookies, they track you wherever you go. And location data disclosure, we said that it's the risk of releasing your location is very dangerous. So that's a risk associated with enabling location. So another thing is identity theft scams. That's a risk associated because if you're on social media, you're somehow always at risk for an identity theft scam. You're always at risk of opening a suspicious website. You're always at risk for getting a suspicious DM. It's always possible. And finally, reputation damage. And this is, I think, more important for upper end individuals, higher profile, big companies. They care very much about their reputation. So if people know that you got attacked, for example, Facebook, when they got attacked a few months ago, I think a few weeks ago, and they stopped Everyone has so many suspicions about Facebook now. Is it, do I really want to use it? Do I really want them in charge of my information? So that's part of it. And finally, we're going to talk about the solutions for all of these, and I'm going to cover them overall. So as an individual, more specifically, you could delete unused profiles. We all have old emails, old Instagrams, old Twitters, everything that we don't use. We have them and we stopped using them and we forgot them. Those are always at risk of getting attacked. Something you tweeted like 15 years ago, or I don't know how old Twitter is, like 15 years ago, could be used against you. They can say, okay, I know this person, I'm in their account, I can say this is me. Why not? So deleting old unused profiles is very important. Utilizing privacy settings, people generally brush over this. They're like, it's fine, who cares, عادي. Utilizing your privacy settings is extremely important because you can turn off your location, you can stop cookies, you can control what is allowed to be happening to you. If I just allow all of it, then I have no right to come afterwards and say, no, you took this from me. No, but you didn't stop me. And avoid oversharing, like we said, if you put where you work, what you do, where you are, that's unnecessary information. It could be used against you. Don't put anything that can be used against you. Turning off cookies, so they avoid cookie stealing. That's also very important. You can do it from your network, from your browser settings, from your app settings. Most websites, when you go on them, they say allow cookies or not, just say no. Increasing security awareness through workshops. This is extremely important for companies, no matter what size they are. Even as a student, you should already know this. I think it should be part of going into uni, is that security awareness, because the more your employees know, the more your students know, the less likely you are to have the risk to be attacked, because they're not going to do the things they're not supposed to. Teach them from the beginning to avoid the problem in the end. Disabling app tracking, just turn it off to avoid location disclosure. Avoid sharing login credentials. I do this. I give my sisters my accounts and I'm like, go ahead, why not? But you're not supposed to share your information with anyone, not even like the close, not even if you have a twin. You're not supposed to share your login credentials with anyone. Because you don't know what they might go for. You don't know what might happen. And then finally, we have software updates. Any software update was made to fix an issue. It's there for a reason. So if you don't update your security, if you don't update your software, if an issue happens to you, then they're not liable. They're not responsible for you not implementing what they gave you. Those are pretty much some suggested solutions for all of the threats and risks that I talked about. And in conclusion, with technology and social networking advancing vastly in today's world, with many areas of people's lives changing, as a result of information and communication technology, people are now utilizing the internet for a variety of purposes, including learning, communication, and meeting new people. These actions leave individuals and organizations at a risk of many threats, so it is vital for users to be aware of their online presence and how to mitigate the risks associated. Thank you.
Wow, amazing presentation. I believe you have questions? I had a question, but you already answered with the suggested solutions. Yeah. Any questions? Okay, great. Thank you so much, Radha, and the whole team, I should say. Sarah, okay. Thank you, Sarah. Sorry. Okay. Continuing the presentations, we again have an online presentation now, so please join me in welcoming another group. The presentation title is Acceptability of Internet of Medical Laboratory Things among Female Medical Laboratory Professionals in Jos, Nigeria. So the presenters are Obeta, Asiya, Chika, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your names, and Obiora from Federal School of Medical Laboratory Sciences, Jos, and Imo from University of Nigeria. Yeah, please join me in welcoming the presenter.
Can you just give me a minute?
Okay,
because
sure.
They will join me.
Okay.
They are all online?
Yes, they are ready. Yes, hi, Chika. You can start your presentation, or Obeta, whoever is ready. Hi.
Yes, I'm ready to speak.
Your sound is not clear. Can you please raise your voice? Hello, can you hear us, Chika?
Yes, I'm here. I'm trying to share my my content.
Yeah, can you please raise your voice?
Share my presentation, please.
Yeah. Can you start presenting now?
I'm having difficulty sharing my presentation, sharing my content.
Can you share your presentation and then start talking about it?
I didn't get it, ma'am.
We can't hear you clearly, Chika. Can your colleague Obeta start sharing the screen?
I'm having difficulty sharing my presentation.
So shall we give you some time to be ready? Okay. Okay, sorry, audience, we just have 1 minute glitch here.
I'm really sorry, I am having a difficulty sharing my presentation. I'm having a difficulty sharing my presentation.
Okay, no problem. We'll give you some time, so you can please solve the problem. We'll come back to you after one presentation. Okay? Thank you. Okay. All right. Sorry for that technical problem. We are continuing with another presentation. We have another online presentation on pricing European options with deep learning models. And the authors are Metixel, Sido Paredes, sorry for pronunciation, Sefedin Kadri from Nordhoff University, Norway. Thank you. Can you hear us?
Hello, can you hear me? Can you see the presentation and can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome to the presentation of this project, which is titled Pricing European Options with Deep Learning Models. Here you can see the outline of the presentation. We are going to start with an introduction of financial markets. Then we are going to establish the problem statement. Then we follow with the process of the data collection and then the design and implementation of the models. And we will see the results, discussion, significance, conclusion, and future work. This project is an application of deep learning models for valuing financial instruments. And here on the left, you can see a simplification of how equity markets work. When a public company needs money, it goes to finance their project. They issue shares. These shares are traded in the stock exchange, which act as an intermediary between the people who want to invest their savings and the company who needs funding for their project. On the right-hand side, you can see the evolution of the S&P 500 index. This is the 500 companies with the largest market cap in the US. You can see that in the short term, markets tend to be volatile, but in the long term, they tend to create value for their shareholders. It is precisely because of the volatility in the short term that derivative instruments were created. There are two types of options. There are call options, which is the focus of this project, and put options, which you can find an annex at the end of this presentation. Options are zero-sum games. What is a gain for the buyer is going to be a loss for the seller. Call Call options are contracts with expiration date, and they depend on the price of the underlying. At the beginning of the contract, the buyer pays a premium to hold the right to buy the underlying at the share price, and the seller receives a premium to hold the obligation to sell the underlying. For example, you can see here in the slides that the buyer will pay a premium of $29 to enter the contract, and then we have a strike of $400 until the underlying will be the stock price will be up to $429. The buyer won't make a profit. On the other hand, the seller of the option will receive a premium of $29, and unless the price of the underlying remains below the strike of 400, the seller won't make any profit. So this project is focusing on trying to predict this premium. And why this is important? Because the options are going to be used to boost returns and to hedge portfolios. So we need to know the price of this premium. Options are easy to value at expiration date, but they are more difficult to value at any time before maturity. In 1973, Black and Scholes published a paper where they presented a model for valuing options. The model is still widely used in the industry as of today, and it will be the benchmark for this project. Here, as you can see, the formula depends on the price of the underlying at time t, multiplied by the standard cumulative distribution function, and then from this, we are going to subtract the net present value of the strike price, also multiplied by the standard cumulative distribution function. This model has some advantages and disadvantages. On the advantages side, it takes a non-arbitrage approach, which means that none of the parties entering the contract will have an advantage over the other at the time of the contract. It provides a theoretical price, which means it will allow us to know whether the market price is expensive or cheap, and is relatively easy to compute. On the disadvantages side, it can only be used for European call options, which are the ones that can only be exercised at maturity, and it makes a series of assumptions that may not hold in real markets. For example, it may assume that the underlying follows a log normal distribution, that the standard deviation of the underlying and the risk-free rate is constant in the market, which is not necessarily the case. And because of this, it suffers from some systematic biases, which are frequently adjusted by practitioners. It is precisely because of these biases that this project uses the deep learning models to see if they have a better predictive capacity than the Black-Scholes model. The models that we're going to see is a MLP, a LSTM, and a CNN. We will go further in detail afterwards. The first step in this project is to build the dataset. For that purpose, I used the option model of Yahoo Finance API for Python to retrieve the data, selecting options that actually traded on the date of extraction, and these options that were needed to have more than 20 days for maturity and no more than 252 days, which is 1 year of trading. And the data has been obtained so far from the 10th of January to the 28th of February for a total of 14 trading days. To complete the data set, it was needed to obtain the price at close and of the underlying and the standard deviation as well. And also we needed to obtain the risk-free rate from the US Treasury bill markets. The final structure of the data set is something similar to this, to what you can see on the slide, where there are 5 inputs, which are the stock price, the strike, the risk-free rate, the volatility of the underlying, and the remaining time until expiration. And then we have one output, which is the premium or the price of the call option. These options were collected on daily basis, and the database has around 1,200 options per day for 14 trading days. It's approximate number of 40,000 48,000 options. Switching now to deep learning models, artificial neural networks normally have an input layer, a hidden layer, and an output layer. Depending on the characteristics of the hidden layer, we will have one model or another, as the hidden layer is what normally defines the model. The first deep learning model is a multi-layer perceptron, and the structure used for this project is based on the work of Karatas et al. They found in their work that the optimal structure is one with 4 hidden layers and 120 neurons per layer, and it uses a leaky ReLU activation function because it reduces the number of gradients that are equal to 0. In a long short-term memory model, every neuron follows the structure that can be seen on the left. There are going to be 3 gates, an input gate, a forget gate, and an output gate, plus a new cell state. These are the intermediate variables that are going to be modified by the initial cell state with a matrix of weights and activation functions, which is, in this case, are going to be a sigmoid and a hyperbolic tangent function. Every gate is fed with the current input and a previous output. Because it's taking into consideration the previous output, it is said to have memory. For this project, the LSTM model is based on the work of Reimers and Gubrick from 2017, and it has 2 LSTM layers of 100 neurons per layer, and followed by a batch normalization layer after each of the LSTM layers. This batch normalization layer is used to avoid the vanishing or exploding gradient problems. Vanishing is going to be when all the gradients are equal to 0, and exploding gradients is when they yield a large number. In the convolutional neural network, inputs are organized as a grid structure. The convolutional layer receives the name of kernel and is a set of fixed weights. It's also structured as a grid, and it performs a dot product operation sliding over the input layer until this is fully covered. The convolutional layer is generally followed by a max pooling layer, which returns the maximum value inside the kernel. For this project, the structure of the CNN is based on the work of Wei et al. From 2020, and is a 3x3 kernel over a one-dimensional version of the CNN model. We use a one-dimensional version of because the options are a time sequence series, and each of the convolutional layers will have 100 neurons and will be followed by a batch normalization layer and a max pooling layer. This structure is going to be stacked 3 times until we have another 10th layer, and then we will predict the option price. Once the models are trained, the following performance metrics are going to be used to evaluate the predictive capacity of each model, which be the root mean square error, the mean absolute error, the mean absolute percentage error. Finally, the goal of this work is to confirm and extend previous academic results. The next steps to follow is the design and implementation of the algorithm, the training of the models, and the comparison of the results obtained by the deep learning models versus the Black-Scholes in terms of performance metrics. And we have an annex about put options and the assumptions of the Black-Scholes models and the references. So thank you for your time and your attention, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you very much for the lovely presentation. Now we will have questions from the audience. Any questions? I think you made your points very clear. Thank you so much for participating in the conference. We look forward to having you again. So now we move on to the next presentation. I think Chika is ready with the presentation, so I'll again tell you the title. It is Acceptability of Internet of Medical Laboratory Things Among Female Medical Laboratory Professionals in Jos, Nigeria. Welcome back, Chika. I hope the technical issue is being resolved. Can you hear me? Okay, since we have 1 minute gap here, I would like to remind everybody to please participate in our Twitter competition. Please hashtag WiDS 2022 is the easiest way to win anything, right? Hashtag WiDS 2022. Be the lucky one today. Thank you. Chika?
I'm here. I'm here. I'm trying to share it now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Do you need any help, Chika? Okay.
I can hear you. I don't know why I'm having problems.
Okay, we already have a presentation on the screen by Obeta, so you can start talking about it. You can start presenting now.
Yes.
Okay. Can you please be a little louder because your voice is not clear?
Thank you so much. I'm sorry for the inconveniences. So, good day, everybody. Good morning from Nigeria. My name is Ezamachika Juliet from Jos. So I'll be presenting on behalf of my fellow authors on the topic accessibility of Internet of Medical Laboratory things among federal female medical laboratory professionals in Jos, Nigeria. Medical lab science is a profession that analyzes human and animal tissue, blood, and even excisions. In the clinic, about over 70% of every medical decision, both treatment, surgery, admissions, or discharge from the hospital, is based on results emanating from the medical laboratory department. And the medical laboratory profession is a fast-growing profession without any gender bias, especially in our country, Nigeria. Currently, the ratio of male to female professionals in this profession is about 50 to 50 ratio. There is no gender bias. Okay. Now, Internet of Things is a general norm in every field of life. In the public admin, the business administration, the education, and even health. And Internet of Medical Lab Science is birthed from Internet of Things. And Internet of Things is a fast-growing, is being used in every way of life. And Internet of Medical Lab Science things is transforming the current trend in healthcare services. And the females are not left out of it because in our country, Nigeria, both the females and their male counterparts. I'm sorry, my screen is not sharing.
Sorry, Chika, can you please start sharing the screen again, Obeta?
Screen is not sharing.
Okay, thank you.
It's coming up. Okay. Thank you so much. I'm really sorry. Okay. Internet of Medical Laboratory Things is currently connecting professionals, the medical laboratory professionals, to their clients, to the patients. It's sensory and intelligent manners across the globe. And this Internet of Medical Laboratory Things has bridged the gap between gender and age because both males, the females, old, young, use it. And we can see on this the web cloud of Internet. Please, the next slide, please. The Internet, the web cloud. On this web cloud, it shows that this web cloud defines everything we use in Internet of Medical Lab Things. And the Internet of Medical Lab Things is first originated by Nigerians, and it can be traced to this present presentation that is ongoing now amongst women in Women of Data Science. Because originally what we had was Internet of Things, Internet of Health, Internet of Medicine. But now, because of the importance of Internet of Medical Laboratory Things, this clause is being generated by Nigerians. Thank you so much. And the materials and method we use, the ethical committee clearance was gotten from Federal School of Medical Lab Technology, and females medical lab professionals practicing in JOS were actually the sample, and about 9 institutions, facilities of medical lab facilities were assessed, and among these 9 institutions, there was first sample size, and the ages was between less than 20 to less than 50 degree age. Marriage, whether you were married, you were single. Certificate possessed, whether you're medical lab technologies or whether you're PhD holder, and whether you had what kind of computer you use, the desktop, the Android phone, or laptop. Now, from the results we've had, we actually used the Google form to generate the study designs, collected the results and analyzed the results. And from the results we had, we realized that about 98% of females agree with the use of Internet of Medical Lab Science, laboratory things, and the 77% of the females, they are aware of the Internet of Medical Lab Science things, and also about 88% also accept the data sharing of medical laboratory results with their clients. However, the Internet of Medical Lab Science, Internet of Medical Lab things, compliant equipment are not available in about 6%. While for the poor network service, we have poor network service for about 24 hours. We have poor network service, and this poor network service is a challenge in healthcare delivery in just Nigeria. From the discussion, it can be seen that Internet of Medical Laboratories things is not affected by marriage, because about 62% of our respondents were married. It's not also affected by age, because about 50% of our respondents are above 50 years. And education is not affected by education, although we had the highest respondents as those who had their first degree, but every area, people that had their postgraduate degree and lower degrees also responded to them. So it's not affected by educational status. So our respondents also stated that they use Android phones, which are about 64%. Use of Android phones in dissemination of results. About 50% use laptops, and about 25% use the desktop, and 30% use the tablet. So observe that Internet of Medical Lab Sciences are better used in Android or smaller gadgets. The Internet of Medical Lab Sciences is accepted among female medical laboratory professionals in JOS. There is a need to provide 24-hour internet services, internet medical lab things, compliant equipment in medical laboratory facilities in JOS by government or the institution as a motivation to medical laboratory professionals and also medical laboratory client certification. We also encourage the steady network providers, so that the government should be encouraged to provide us with 24 hours network provider, because without the steady network, there will be interaction with dissemination of results, which will actually interfere with better healthcare delivery. And we also advocate that the women in data science should always carry women in developing countries, such as Nigeria, along, so that, because most people actually are not really exposed to it, but they know about it, but they are not IT savvy, because from the study, it's also evident that most people that responded to this study they were those, only the females that were IT savvy. So if most of them were IT savvy, they know how to use internet, that they will actually have more respondents to me. But because of this lack, this limitation, that most of we had a backdraw in the response. So we also advocate that the women in data science will, in future conferences like this, will carry us along and reorientate the females so that we will be efficient in delivery of healthcare with the help of Internet of Medical Laboratories. Thank you so much.
Okay, excellent presentation, Chika. Do we have any questions from the audience? Those who have just joined us, welcome to the WiDS conference. Today is the second day. Welcome you all. We just had one presentation from Nigeria. Any questions on that? Okay, excellent. Thank you so much, Chika, for presenting, and see you in the next WiDS conference. Up next, we have another interesting presentation. The title is Roman Urdu Sentiment Analysis Using Pre-Trained Distilbert and ExcelNet. The authors are Nikhar Azhar Simab Latif from National University of Sciences and Technology, Pakistan. Could you please join me in welcoming them to the conference? And you may start presenting now. Thank you so much.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone, and good evening, everyone. I'm very grateful to present my paper in this conference, and hopefully while doing so, I won't take too much of your time.
Okay, can you be a little louder? Thank you so much. Seema, little louder. Can you put mic near your mouth, please?
All right. Is my screen sharing fine?
Yes, it's absolutely fine.
All right. So I'm Nikhar Azhar, a postgraduate student from National University of Sciences and Technology, Pakistan. I'm currently doing my master's in data science. And this paper was written by me under the supervision and guidance of my professor, Dr. Simab Latif, who is an associate professor in NUST. So the title of my paper is Roman Urdu Sentiment Analysis Using Pre-Trained Distilbert and ExcelNet. I see there's a lag between changing the slides. I'm sorry if there's a lag. But before we get to Distilbert and ExcelNet, can you see my slide, please? Okay. Okay, but before we get to Distilbert and ExcelNet and why these models were used, let me give you all a brief background on Roman Urdu and why it's become important to perform sentiment analysis on it. To understand Roman Urdu, we need to understand Urdu itself and how the two are different. Urdu is predominantly spoken in Pakistan and India and is the official state language of Pakistan. It is written in the Perso-Arabic script called Nastaliq. You can see an example of an Urdu sentence on screen. Okay, I'm sorry, there's a lag. My slide is not showing. Can you see a sentence on this?
So we can see it very well.
Okay.
It's visible.
So,
you please continue. Yeah.
As you can see the sentence on the screen. Maine ek neeli batak dekhi. I saw a blue duck. This is written in Nastaliq. So how did we go from the Nastaliq script to the Latin script, which we call Roman Urdu, which is basically Urdu but written using the Latin script? Well, cell phones and computers were invented. And we love them, we love our technology, but these technologies that have slowly become necessary in the daily lives of all citizens came with its limitations for the communities who speak languages that are not written using the Latin script. We are now able to download a keyboard in almost any language in our smartphones, Urdu included. However, this was not the case when cell phones and computers were first invented, because the default mode for all keyboards across majority of the world is the Latin keyboard. And so Roman Urdu that uses Latin script was born. This is the same example we saw previously. Above is Nastaliq Urdu version. and below we have the Roman Urdu version. मैंने एक नीली बतख देखी. I saw a blue duck. So why do we need to perform sentiment analysis on Roman Urdu? Well, every day, millions of people use it to communicate online. It is the 10th most spoken language around the world with over 230 million speakers. This means that there is an enormous amount of untapped data available online in the form of comments, reviews, and tweets that can be used for opinion mining or sentiment analysis that many organizations and companies can use to better understand their consumer needs and improve the quality of their products. So, but there are some challenges that we as data scientists have to face when dealing with Roman Urdu. The first being that it is a resource poor language, meaning that it is lacking in data sets, in large data sets, or manually crafted linguistic resources that would have been sufficient enough for building statistical NLP applications for Roman Urdu. This is because not a lot of work has been done on Roman Urdu, especially compared to resource-rich languages like English and Chinese. One of the reasons is that it is relatively a new language considering the Latin script. Another reason is that Roman Urdu is not used for official documents. It is solely used for online and texting purposes. Another challenge is that there is no standard writing system for Urdu in Latin. This is another huge problem. This basically means that for every single word in the Urdu language, we have multiple different variations of spellings when written in Roman Urdu. So for example, on the screen, there's the word me, which means me. So in Roman Urdu, people use the spellings M-E-I-N, M-A, M-A-I-N, M by itself, M-E-Y. These variants spell me. And these might not even be all of the possibilities that you see on the screen. This is because Roman Urdu wasn't designed by one person with set rules and then taught to the people. It is entirely up to the individual how he spells it and what makes sense to him. And even then, you might not find a consistency in his spellings. This gives rise to new features when training a model, which ultimately leads to the curse of dimensionality, which basically means that too many input variables might lead to increased error rates and overfitting. Another challenge is that there is no concept of capitalization in Roman Urdu like it is in English. Karachi is the name of a city in Pakistan. Arslan is the name of a boy. Both are proper nouns, but we don't have the concept of capitalizing the first letter. Urdu is also morphologically rich. It has a lot of non-morphology, both derivational and inflectional, meaning it generates noun from existing noun and non-noun words and uses inflections even for gender of unanimated items. So for example, the word bad, when referring to a person or a thing considered to be feminine, we say buri. For masculine, we say bura. And for a group of people or things, we say bure. So for one meaning, bad, we have three different ways to say it depending on the context. Like any other language in this globalized world, Urdu also has borrowed words or loan words. These are words adopted by speakers of one language from another language. So here, for example, Huma kal school jayegi. Huma will go to school tomorrow. School is a borrowed or a loan word from the English language. For lower resource languages, due to limitations of resources or in the lack of annotated data, loan word identification tends to have lower performances. So the data set we use for this paper is available on Kaggle under the title Roman Urdu Sentiment Analysis. It has only 21,940 samples. That's not enough to train a deep learning model from scratch. It had too many variations of tag labels to represent the three sentiments that are positive, negative, and neutral. So all the variations in tag names were replaced by proper tags. This new correctly labeled dataset has been uploaded publicly on Kaggle under the title Roman Urdu tagged dataset. As I said before, the dataset used was not enough to train a deep learning based model from scratch. So we first used logistic regression and naive Bayes to predict sentiment, and later these models were used as base models to compare the results. Both models achieve a higher accuracy with binary classification as compared to multi-class classification. As you can see, that logistic regression with multi-class classification was only able to achieve up to 75% accuracy. But with binary classification, it was able to achieve 84% accuracy. And naive Bayes was also able to achieve 79% accuracy. But why did we choose binary classification? It turns out that logistic regression model could only accurately predict negative sentiment about 50% of the time. This is not good because if I'm a company, I might want to know more about the bad reviews I'm getting to identify the problems in my products and provide better customer satisfaction. So one idea to improve the recall for negative sentiment was to combine neutral sentiment and positive sentiment into one label and turn this analysis into a binary classification problem. And that's what we did. The recall for negative sentiment is improved by about 10% for logistic regression. And when using naive Bayes, we see that the model accurately predicts negative sentiment about 70% of the time with binary classification. And we carry on with binary classification into transfer learning. Excuse me. The magic of transfer learning is that it helps us deal with challenges we face, as previously discussed, such as the lack of resources and the curse of dimensionality. I'm sure everyone is familiar with the concept of transfer learning, with how popular it's become. So I won't be going into too much detail on it and on the transformer models to save time for the sake of this presentation. But the idea is to use the knowledge of an already trained machine learning model and apply it to different but related problems. For example, if a model is trained to predict whether an image contains shoes, we could use the knowledge that the model gained during this training to recognize other objects, like maybe drinks or bags in an image. So DistilBERT and ExelNet are two such transformer models that are available pre-trained on Hugging Face's website. Both models are mainly used for NLP-related tasks, and ExelNet has become quite famous in that it performs better than BERT on 20 different NLP tasks. First, we have ExelNet, and we were able to achieve 86.2% accuracy with only 4 epochs of training and a batch size of 32. But it was expected to perform better than a BERT model. But it turns out that our BERT model outperformed all other models and was able to achieve 100% accuracy with only 2 epochs. DistilBERT is the distilled version of the BERT model. It is small, fast, cheap, light, and it also has 40% less parameters and 60% faster than the BERT model. So this is amazing. Now let's recap a little and compare. Originally, we were going with multi-classification on logistic regression, and we were only able to achieve 74% accuracy. By converting to binary class classification, we were able to achieve 84% accuracy on logistic regression and 79% on naive Bayes. ExelNet, though it was expected to perform much better even with compared to the BERT, but it was only able to achieve 86.2% accuracy. And as you can see, DistilBERT outperformed them all with achieving the 100% accuracy. So in conclusion, we are left with some questions. Is BERT model just better when dealing with Roman Urdu? Would ExelNet perform better with some more parameter tuning, maybe by making the batch size smaller? And finally, for future, BERT should be fine-tuned to cater multi-class sentiment analysis with Roman Urdu for better and more accurate results in terms of true sentiment of a review or sentence, whether it is really a positive or just a neutral sentiment. So thank you, and if you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Thank you. Wow. Okay, now we open the house for questions. Yes, Banad, any questions? No, I think it was very clear. I just have one quick question. So you had a very interesting study on Roman Urdu. What is the basic implication for this, or what is the value addition, I would say, of your study to the current literature? Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
What is the value addition of your paper to the current literature of Roman Urdu?
So while I was doing this work on Roman Urdu, I didn't come across any work that used transfer learning on Roman Urdu. So as far as I know, I was the first one to do it, and I was able to achieve good results. And this will be able to, the main idea is to help companies who would like to do sentiment analysis on reviews, or on tweets for sentiment analysis of news and such. That is the field in where this will be able to help, inshallah.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for participating in the conference, and we'll see you next year.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, are you ready for the next presentation? Yes, girls? Can I hear some voice? Yes? Okay, lovely. Just to make sure no one is sleeping. All right. Very interesting topic, and I'm looking forward to it. It is conspiracies on COVID-19 vaccine. The Middle Eastern minorities. This is the topic, and the authors are Mehyar Kolwan, sorry for mispronouncing your name if I am, University of Liverpool, and Ms. Noor Aisha from School of Clinical Medicine from University in China. Thank you very much, and welcome. You can start sharing your screen and start talking so that we can make sure you're audible to the audience.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well. Can you start sharing your screen as well?
I have started.
Okay, we can see it now.
All right. My name is Noor Aisha, and I'm a medical student. First of all, I would like to thank WiDS for giving me this opportunity to be here. Secondly, I would like to thank my co-author, Mehyar Kolwan, for collecting all the data for the purpose of this research paper. The topic is conspiracies on COVID-19 vaccines, Middle Eastern and North African minorities within the UK. I would like to mention that this is not limited to the minorities in the United Kingdom. We have also collected data from other Asian countries through official websites and publications. To be clear, we have used observation of MENA for Middle Eastern and North African minorities. So for the introduction, as we all know, COVID-19 started in the late 2019 as an epidemic. Later in the early 2020, it turned into pandemic. We had no other option than to follow preventive measures and certain lockdowns until herd immunity was built via vaccinations. Finally, on October 15th, the WHO approved Pfizer vaccine with low to no adverse effects. Less than 90 to 95% of immunized people reduce herd immunity and fails to halt viral transmission. So the first challenge we were assuming to face was mass production of the vaccines, so that everyone can be vaccinated without facing any political or socio-economic gap. But the main challenge that we faced was that people refused to take the vaccine even if the vaccination was provided. So this was the main challenge because, as I just said, less than 90 to 95% of immunized people will reduce the herd immunity, and the virus will continue to mutate and produce more variants. This in turn allows mutations which could in turn render initial immunity useless and led to a non-stop infection cycle in the population, such as common cold. If we fail to stop COVID-19, it would turn into multivariant disease like seasonal flu, fatality rate of which is 600,000 annually. Statistically, COVID-19 has killed 4 million individuals in less than 2 years, costing the global economy as an estimated loss of $5 trillion. Thus, by correlating, we can estimate GDP loss of $40 to $50 trillion. In addition to this, we will also have millions of unemployed workers. So for the purpose of this paper is to highlight the conspiracies circulating in the Asian countries and ME and NA ethnicities in the UK, and then provide suitable explanation for each conspiracy and misinforming story. Pfizer and AstraZeneca COVID vaccination have reduced infection by restricting transmission and enhancing herd immunity. However, due to rising concerns over COVID-19 vaccinations, many UK minorities fail to get the vaccine. Many nations lack herd immunity, leaving their populations to susceptible disease and economic stagnation. This might result in millions of deaths and billions of dollars in loss of GDP for nations like Iran, Pakistan, Turkey that depend significantly on manual labor. So to be precise, all these data are worldwide estimates as exact data from each and every country was not collected directly. But it is fair to say that death toll and economic loss will be more highlighted in the countries with lower GDPs. For the methodology, I would like to add something personally. During the phase 3, we identified that people were uneasy to talk about their concerns. So we decided to gather all the possible conspiracies and then pinpoint the major ones. So in the phase 1, the AT test was used to show a significant difference between MENA and white British infection rates. In phase 2, a random sample poll of 100 MENA and 100 white people on social media asking whether they would accept the COVID vaccination if provided. This showed a significant difference in the direction that the MENA category was less likely to take the vaccine. I will be showing this figure in the upcoming slides. Phase 3, multiple interviews with MENA category were performed to reveal vaccination concerns. Phase 4, using valid sources such as NHS and publications, we have put together counter-arguments to conspiracies that have caused unnecessary fear among MENA population. So for the conspiracies, non-professional organizations and people have used social media and other methods to promote conspiracy theories and misinformation to cause doubt and terror only for their personal benefits. Here we will discuss the key problems raised in our interviews and published research. The vaccine infects body with the COVID-19. This is clearly not true, as Pfizer vaccine has the modified DNA of virus and not the actual virus to infect individuals. However, the AstraZeneca vaccine has inoculated virus, which is vector for transfer and not the actual COVID-19 virus. It contains mercury, embryos, pork, gelatin, and it is not halal. This was the most common conspiracies among our Muslim fellows. The Medical and Healthcare Regulatory Agency in the UK and FDA in the US and many other religious regulatory authorities have tested vaccinations extensively to guarantee they are halal and safe. Vaccines are just profitable we can do with the herd immunity. This is somewhat true, but everyone getting infected and survivors may achieve herd immunity, but 70 to 150 million people might die from 1 to 2% mortality rate, and a total healthcare system collapse would add to the death toll. If you already had COVID, you don't need it. I have heard personally a lot about this one. This is not true, as recent evidence has proven many individuals can still get reinfected with a different strain of COVID-19 variants. This is because of the virus antigenic variability, just like how we get cold and flu more than once in a lifetime. It will change your DNA. True, once infected, the virus injects its viral genes into host DNA, hijacking the biological system. Vaccines do the same. Rather than harmful virus cells, they create viral particles that assist in the fight with the virus. It can cause more harm to non-white communities. Contrary to the popular belief, there is no substantial difference in immunity offered to whites and non-whites in many experimental studies. Not safe, as everything was rushed and we have to see what happens to the people who have taken it. Tests on people of all ethnicities, genders, ages, and diseases, including diabetes, autoimmune, cancer, have shown the vaccinations to be safe. Here is the pie chart representing the proportion of each conspiracy. The most common reason was a tie between vaccines being, as we can see, the orange and the yellow are the most common ones. Orange representing it contains mercury, embryo, pork, gelatin, and it is not halal. And yellow one representing if you already had COVID, you don't need it. So there was a tie between these two common reasons. Also, we can see the green one, which presents it can cause more harm to non-white communities. This shows that the vaccine, despite being endorsed by the NHS in the UK, indicates that the lack of trust is in the distributing services. So the key findings are the main reason many people around the world are refusing to take COVID-19 vaccine is due to conspiracies and negative side effects that they associate with COVID-19 vaccine. Through this research, we have proven that MENA category has had a higher percentage of infection as compared to white communities. Our sample polls demonstrate a significant difference between white British people and MENA nationals, with 98% of the white British people applicants deeming it to be safe to take COVID-19 vaccination versus 78% of the Middle Eastern candidates. This means that a massive 20% are willing to receive immunity if the vaccine is offered to them, with some saying they will receive it in a few years' time when they're sure it will be safe. So here is the poll of 100 people from each category. For the white British people, we can see that almost 98% of the population is willing to take the vaccination if provided, while the MENA category, only 78% of the people are willing to take the vaccination. While on the other hand, the orange poll represents refusal to take the vaccine. So we can see that it's white people is very less, while for the MENA category, almost 20% of the population is refusing to take the vaccination even if provided. Managerial implications. This paper identifies that conspiracies also have significant impact on Middle Eastern and North African communities, even living in the UK, where the free NHS greatly tackles and reduces the effect of socioeconomic gap. Thus, by showing the extent of epidemic and the need of addressing misinformation regarding COVID-19 among these vulnerable communities, we have identified that the vaccine conspiracies have crippled immunization efforts and continue going unchallenged. We have also realized that conspiracy and mistrust tends to be fueled and spread faster than the most public funded information from valid sources. So we must directly address each conspiracy using medical, religious, and cultural reasons to debunk each one. This article will be utilized by communities to reduce fear, raise social and medical knowledge, and encourage the use of COVID-19 vaccinations. MENA category populations that are falling back on receiving vaccines, they are failing to see that not only they are leaving themselves vulnerable, but also reducing effectiveness of herd immunity, as they will be becoming host for virus to mutate and gain resistance to the vaccines. So this is my last slide for the paper. Thank you so much for listening to me. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Thank you so much, Ms. Noor Aisha. Any questions from the audience? Any questions? All right, I believe your presentation was very clear. Thank you so much, Aisha, for presenting. And thank you for participating in WiDS conference. I would like to remind everybody again about the Twitter competition. You just have half an hour left to be the lucky winner. We are going to announce the winners at 3 p.m. So it's hashtag PSUWiDS 2022. Please do participate. Now, please join me in welcoming another presenter online. The topic is a radar emitter identification using signal noise and power spectrum analysis in deep learning. The authors are Akhila Madhu, Prajisha, and Abhijit Kulkarni from PES University, India. Thank you. And you may please start presenting and start talking just to make sure that everything is clear. Akhila, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, lovely.
I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, it is.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. Before I begin my presentation, I take this opportunity to thank Women in Data Science Riyadh, Prince Sultan University for organizing this conference and giving me an international platform to present my research work. Today, I will be presenting the topic radar emitter identification using signal noise and power spectrum analysis in deep learning. I am Akhila Madhu, a final year bachelor student from the Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering, PES University, Bangalore, India. This project was supported and co-authored by Prajisha, Assistant Professor, Electronics and Communication Engineering, PES University, Bangalore, and Scientist E, Abhijit S. Kulkarni from CASTIC, DRDO, Bangalore, India. The contents of my presentation include introduction, related work, methodology, results, conclusion, and references. Introduction. Specific emitter identification, or SEI, is a vital function of the electronic radar warfare support system, which emphasizes recognizing and locating unique transmitters, avoiding potential threats, and preparing a countermeasure. Unlike the analog transient parameters, radar fingerprinting is effectively possible with digitized feature extraction and image processing methods. Our novel approach utilizes the power spectrum and signal noise to efficiently work on a large image dataset using deep learning techniques. The convolution neural network is tested on various time frequency estimators to yield the most accurate results. Based on signal-to-noise ratios, radar emitters get distinguished using the ableist estimator. The conventional radar emitter identification setup comprises a radio frequency device, information retrieval system inbuilt with a digital signal chip for unsheathing the authentication of features. Related work. To isolate particular features, in-depth understanding and previous experience is required. The pulses are of a brief period that must be carefully examined. The most widely used approaches consider the expertise in pulse shape, width, and interval period to help create fingerprints of each model. As a result of combining multiple classifiers, the computational complexity increases. Although the efficacy of the network can be increased by increasing the number of processor chips, there is a large overhead on the memory. Methodology. Data generation. Rectangular, linear frequency modulation, that is the LFM, Barker code, Frank code, and step are the different waveforms which are generated. With
your slides are not moving.
Of each kind, we get a total of 10,000 waveforms. This large data set of waveforms avoids the need for data augmentation. Time frequency estimators. Feature extraction is an essential aspect of deep learning. The efficiency of the learning model is enhanced by choosing fewer distinct features rather than feeding the entire signal. These parameters smoothen the learning and enhance the ease with which different waveform classes get differentiated.
Excuse me? Your slides are not moving. They are stuck on the first one. Can you please start presenting from the slideshow?
Is it visible now?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay. Methodology. Deep learning with CNN. The network trains with 80% of the data and the remaining 10% is for validation. We use transfer learning using SqueezeNet, using MATLAB for the implementation. Implementation on emitters. Each emitter emits 2000 waveforms, making it a total of 12,000 signals. As the received signal is always affected by noise, the signals from emitters 1 to 6 have SNR values of 5, minus 15, minus 25, 5, 10, 25 dB using the AWGN channel. Here on the right side, we can see the power spectrum of different waveform types, Wigner-Ville distribution of different waveform types, short time Fourier transform of different waveform types. Is this slide visible?
Yes, yes, it is.
Okay, results. Power spectrum. The model trains for about 110 minutes and 52 seconds. The validation accuracy obtained is 100%, which is the best obtainable result. 0.3% of Frank waveforms did not get classified successfully. Wigner-Ville. The model trains for 113 minutes and 34 seconds. Each epoch iterates 96 times. The validation accuracy obtained is 99.94%, which is very high value. Then we have 0.4% of the LFM waveform we did not get classified successfully. STFT. The model trains for 113 minutes and 14 seconds. The validation accuracy is 99.03%. which is a good value. However, the training accuracy is low. The training loss is high, which does not meet the expectation. 0.9% of the rectangular waveforms and 0.3% of the Frank waveforms did not classify successfully. LFM shows a lesser accuracy with just 96.8%. So from this, we can say that power spectrum provides the best accuracy and is a suitable classifier. Next, results and discussion. For the emitter classification, the SqueezeNet CNN model trains for a total of 96 minutes and 3 seconds. The validation frequency is set to 50 iterations. The figure portrays the confusion chart that states all the subjected waveforms were classified into their respective emitters. Each of the radar signal was predicted into its actual class with an accuracy of 100% for every emitter class. Conclusion. The comparison of time frequency estimators like power spectrum, STFT, and Wigner-Willey methods prove that power spectrum based estimation is the most accurate and fastest. Percentage of power spectrum estimation error is the least among the estimators. This motivates us to use this estimator in categorizing different radar transmitter waveforms based on power spectrum spectrograms. Signal noise is used as a feature for specific emitter recognition. The precision of the mechanism is validated against 6 different emitters with 12,000 radar waveforms, giving the highest attainable accuracy of 100%. An interface which uses the power spectrum estimation has been designed using a graphical user interface. Real-time signal data from radar systems can also be used to perform analysis with the same deep learning network with additional features in SqueezeNet. So these are some of the references we have used. Last but not the least, I would like to thank you all for your time and attention. I sincerely appreciate the entire team for the smooth organization and such a successful event. Please feel free to ask me any questions if you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Akhila. It was a lovely presentation. And the house is open for questions if anyone has any questions. No questions? All right. Thank you for your kind words of appreciation, and we'll see you in the next WiDS. Thank you so much for participating in WiDS 2022.
Thank you.
All right. Now we'll move to the next presentation, aspect-based sentiment analysis using SEMable and Amazon data sets. Very interesting. The authors are Saima Ahmed Raheen, Tamanna Hasib, and Mahibul Hassan from BRAC University, Bangladesh. Welcome to WiDS 2022. You can start presenting and share your screen as well. Ms. Saima, can you hear us? We'll give her 1 minute in case there are some technical problems. They're ready? Okay. All right, so we move on to the next one and we'll come back to this presentation again. Do we have Rasha Anwar Muhammad there online with us? Or Khatab Ali from University of Anbar, Iraq? Are you online? Can you hear us? Or if we have Mr. Hoshang Kolivan, Deepika, Shiva, from University of Liverpool, present over here.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Yes, I am here, but the one who wanted to present was Deepika, that she had an accident today morning and she couldn't be here. That's why we cannot present it at the moment.
Okay, sorry to hear about that. So
yes, it is unfortunate because she was ready, she presented and she was ready to do, but now she is in hospital.
Oh, no problem. So any one of you would like to present, or would you like to withdraw the presentation?
Yeah, we will draw the presentation, please.
All right. We wish her a speedy recovery, and thank you for joining us for the WiDS 2022 conference.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we are giving you another opportunity to win the Twitter competition with hashtag WiDS, PSU WiDS 2022. We'll come back in 5 minutes and announce the winners. We'll take this coffee break for 5 to 6 minutes, and I'll see you after the break. Thank you.
the Twitter competition.
Welcome all. Hope you're keeping up with the momentum. Let's do the Twitter competition now. So the way we do this is we put the hashtag for the conference with the hashtag WiDS PSU 2022, and then the tweet which displays on the phone will be called out. Okay? Ready? Wait. Yeah, you still have a minute. Come on, guys, go ahead, tweet. Go. Yeah. Yalla. Yes.
Okay, so let's do a countdown for the Twitter winner. In 3, 2, 1.
Go. Read the individual. Judy. There is Judy. Judy underscore Samir. Okay, I will tell
Who
her
is
that.
there?
Twitter winner. I will text her. Okay, we have 5. We have 5 prizes, right?
Okay.
Okay, next. Next. Keep tweeting.
Okay, so the second winner is May Rihan.
May, are you here? Oh, I think you can. But reply to me, please. Say Twitter winner. Yeah. Just reply. Just to the no. Next.
The third winner of the Twitter competition is, can I have a drum roll, please? Drum roll. The third winner is Muddasir. Congratulations, Muddasir.
Tell him. Keep tweeting. We have 2 more. Random. Don't put Jesse. Don't put
Okay, I'm doing it randomly. Just so you know I'm not cheating. Okay.
Go down, scroll. And then at the top. Masmaudi Fatma. All right. Congratulations. Did you respond to it?
Our country speaker, mashallah. Congratulations.
You're coming from Prince Sattam, right?
Great job.
Last one.
Last winner. Okay, it is Badr Saif. Congratulations.
Finally, Badr, you made it. Very good. Excellent. Let's go ahead with the best pick.
I was in shock. No one is getting from either level. Data Science Club. Finally. He got it.
I would like to invite Dr. Noor to stage to present Best Paper Award. Dr. Noor, can you please come to the stage?
Okay, so out of 40 papers, the best paper that we chose for today's conference, we chose two best regular papers and two best short papers. The first best short paper award goes to Digital Narratives of Hajj as Literature in Motion to Professor Hadir.
Welcome. That is short paper category.
Second best short paper award goes to Tumor Segmentation in Breast MRI using Deep Learning, Zeljika Matic and Sefeddin Kadri from Norway.
Many congratulations.
Best regular paper, the first award goes to a comparison of machine learning algorithms for emotional intelligence measure by Ms. Nilofer Farhat, Ruhi Fatma, Sabina Kazi, Humaira Nas from Majma University, KSA. She's not here? They said they're coming. Okay. The second best regular paper award goes to analysis of the dimensionality issues in house pricing forecasting modeling by Safia Sakri from Princess Noura University and Zaitoon Ali from Prince Sultan University. Many congratulations to all, and thank you everyone for being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rabia, and congratulations to all the winners. Next, I would like to introduce Dr. Rabia to introduce the best short paper. Okay, so sorry, we already did that. We'll move on to the awards. First of all, we would like to thank the Program Executive Chair, Dr. Heba. Next, the Program Chair, Dr. Tanzila. Okay. And Ms. Fatma, Program Chair Organizer. Next is Publicity Chair, Dr. Fahda Thnayan. Publication Chairs, Dr. Noor Jamil. Next, Dr. Rahman Khan. Dr. Tanzila Saba. And last but not least, Dr. Rabia Latif. Next, we have poster chair, Dr. Noor. Workshop chair, Dr. Rabia Latif. Next, we have session chair, Dr. Wala. Next, Miss Rawan. Dr. Amra. And Dr. Jolly. Next is IEEE committee chairs. Dr. Muhammad. Sorry, I'll announce IEEE again. I was going too fast. Okay, so next we have IEEE committee chairs, Dr. Muhammad. And Dr. Anis. Next, we have the organizing committee. Dr. Amira Al-Ghanem. Dr. Suad. Miss Farah Ubaid. Dr. Sulaiman Fatti, Dr. Rabia Latif, Dr. Noor Jamayel, Dr. Rahman Khan. Now we have the organizing panel discussion committee. Ms. Ruhi, Dr. Suad Al-Ramuni, and Dr. Anis Aram. Next, I would like to announce the workshop committee. Ms. Nermeen Hakim, and Ms. Safia Dawood. Next are our workshop presenters. Dr. Nivi Daniela and Dr. Umra Noreen. Their presentation was about the time series data analysis using GRETL. Next, Ms. Saima Rashid with a presentation about data visualization by Power BI for data science. Next, Ms. Sumaira Asif, Ms. Aisha Dawood. The presentation was about data analysis using Python. Next, Ms. Ruhi Jan, Ms. Ashrat Khan, Introduction to MongoDB and NoSQL Database Management System. Next, Ms. Yuram Afzal, Deep Dive into Transformers and its application in NLP. She's not here. Next, poster evaluators. Dr. Saad Al-Ramuni, Dr. Huda Al-Rahman, Dr. Amir Al-Ghanem, as well as Dr. Saad Saniti, Dr. Nur Shadia Muhammad, Dr. Farida Salim, Dr. Mubin Fatma, and Dr. Bayan Al-Khfeli. Next, we have reviewers online and offline. Dr. Saad Saniti, Dr. Najla Nayan, Dr. Rahman Khan, Ms. Jalila Zuhair, Ms. Safia Dawood, Professor Noor Azizan, Ms. Sumaira Sheikh, Dr. Nahid Fatma, Ms. Ruhi Jam, Dr. Isra Firdaus, Dr. Shanouk Sinan, Dr. Anis Ara, Dr. Navi Daniela, Dr. Amir Al-Ghanem, Dr. Huda Al-Ramha, Dr. Bayan Al-Khfeli, Dr. Mubin Fatma, Dr. Zaytouni Ali, Dr. Amra Nooreen, Dr. Mahnoon Yusuf, Dr. Lamia Bereshi, Ms. Aisha Dawood, Dr. Imran Khan, Dr. Tanzila Sabah, Dr. Rabia Latif, and last but not least, Dr. Noor Jamayel. Next, I'll be introducing the poster presenters with their paper title and the author's name. First, we have Online Destination Brand Experience and Authenticity. Does Individualism, Collectivism, Orientation Matter? With the authors of Dr. Mobeen Fatma and Dr. Imran Khan. Next, our next paper is Revisit Financial Volatility in Indonesian Islamic Stock Markets with the authors of Dr. Navi Daniela and Ms. Adi Subhedi. Our next paper is Investment Analysis with the authors of Dana Dakhil, Dania Al-Thaqafi, Fail Sadis, Ghad Al-Bakr, Noor Al-Sayed, and Dr. Umra Nooreen. Our next paper is Learning Analytics, the Future of Online Education with the author Dr. Jolly Sahni. Our next paper is The Role of Data Analytics for Establishing Intelligent City with the authors of Dr. Wala Metwali and Dr. Vida Ibrahim. Our next paper is The Integration of Software Architecture into Quantum Computing System with the authors of Haifa Boussaili and Dr. Noor Jamayed. Our next paper is Defense of Infancy with the author of Dr. Mahnoon Yusuf. Our next paper is White Land Tax Evidence in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia with the authors of Dr. Zaytoun Ali, Dr. Nadisa Zakaria, and Dr. Mohammad Zamri. Our next paper is COVID Pandemic, the Impact on Local and Global Economies with the author of Rahda Bajuli. Our next paper is Financial Literacy, the Connection Between Knowledge and Behavior, Indonesian case, with Dr. Navi Daniela, Dr. Zaytoun Ali, Dr. Yusuf Shahwan, and Dr. Ahmed Our next paper is Security Risk Management of Moodle. The authors are Miss Dania المشخي, Miss Maram Miznate, Miss Dalal Jazrili, and Dr. Noor Jamal. Our next paper is PIR Motion Sensors in Smart Homes with the authors of Dr. Anis Ara, Miss Mawia Al-Wafi, Miss Noor Al-Khali, and Miss Sara Al-Hagran. Our next paper is Autonomous Cleaners in Smart Home Environments, a case study in ultrasonic sensor security, with the authors of Al-Johara Al-Swaydan, Al-Johara Al-Salman, Nof Al-Bez, Suad Al-Rumayyan, and Dr. Anis Arra. Our next paper is a novel cloud management framework for trust establishment and evaluation in a federated cloud environment, with the authors of Dr. Rabia Latif, Ms. Saida Afzal, and Ms. Simab Latif. Our last paper is Context and User Trustworthiness as Indicators of OSM Street Cinematics Quality, with the authors of Dr. Amir Al-Ghanem and Michela Berlato. I would like to thank our advisory board members. And before I end, I would like to bring out the volunteers that helped in leading this conference. First, we have Abdullah Daban, the Vice President of the Data Science Club. Next, we have Nofel Muhaya, our PR and sponsorships. She's not here now. We also have our event coordinator, Deem El Jamil. I'll call out Doctor. Doctor, I'm calling out the name. Next, we have Omar Al-Harthi, our PR, no, just Omar Al-Harthi. We also have Rami Bismar, our event coordinator. Rayan bin Khalifa. Okay. We also have Hassam Al-Akhil, our PR and sponsorships in our data club, in our data science club. We also have Badr Saif. Juman Arifa. And Ward Al-Najjar. That's it. That's it. I would also like to thank our designers, Ranim Al-Subay, and our female Vice President, Rida Khan. And lastly, myself, Jazal Ahad, the president of the Data Science Club. And to end our closing ceremony, Dr. Tanzila would like to give a closing speech.
Thank you so much. We are almost going to close this amazing event for which we wait for the whole year, and now we will start to count the days for 2023. So before closing this event, we would like to say very special thanks again to our amazing sportive higher management, the President, Dr. Ahmad Al-Jamani, our Vice President, Dr. Hiba Kushaim. She has to be here, but due to some commitment, she couldn't manage, and we really missed her here. But their support is always with us, and all the Vice Presidents, and all the executive members, the deans, and our beloved faculty members, our colleagues, our students, our data science club, amazing team, and definitely my beloved, my co-ambassador, Ms. Fatima Khan, without whom I can't imagine to do anything. So, before I will hand over to Ms. Fatima Khan, I would like to say thanks to my very, very special team. I can't say enough thanks to them, Dr. Rabia Latif and Dr. Noor Shahida. They did amazing job, and we are really thankful to both of them. And our senior lab members, Dr. Rahman Khan, who worked at the back end, a lot of work, but definitely Dr. Rabia and Dr. Noor, mashallah, the amazing job. Thank you so much, Dr. Rabia and Dr. Noor, for your amazing efforts. Yes,
I don't have much to add, but just a couple of names which we have to mention. We really appreciate the work from the interdisciplinary areas which is coming in here from the College of Business, from the College of Engineering. We have members here from the Department of Architecture, English, Humanities. So big, big thanks to all of you. We really appreciate your presence. Big thanks to our student volunteers. We wouldn't have made it without you. Thank you again very much. We hope to see you all at WiDS PSU 2023.
Inshallah.
Thank you.
And big thanks again to our PR team, ITC team, Dr. Fahda Al-Tuania, And Miss Raman.
Yes,
she
yes,
was
of course.
Throughout these 2 days with us.
Mr. Abdullah Fayed,
Mr.
Abdurrahman
Abdullah,
Fayed, yes, of course.
Mr. Musharraf, Miss Iman, Miss Arij,
Thank you,
Mr.
thank
Ibrahim. Thanks to all.
Thank you very much.
So much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us for a group photograph, please. All of you here, please. Student volunteers, colleagues, PR team, poster presenters. Yeah, just bring your maybe trophies or your certificates. Let's get a group photo, please.